Thank you.
All right. Around here. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular city council meeting for the city of Daly City, Monday, October 28th, 2024. For public participation, there are 3 ways to submit public comments. 1, submit written comments by the meeting day, submit written comments during the meeting, and attend the meeting in person. To submit written comments by the meeting day, please email cityclerk@dalycity.org and include the public comment in the subject line. All written comments received by 4 p.m. on the meeting day will be provided to the city council prior to the meeting. Please note any emailed comments received after 4 p.m. on the meeting day are not guaranteed to be received by the Daly City Council prior to the meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. 2, during the meeting, you may visit www.dalycity.org/agendas to submit comments using the public comment form to address the city council on any specific item or during the public comment period. 3, to speak at the meeting in person, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the council chamber and submit it to staff member as early in the meeting as possible. All right, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present?
Dr. Rod,
Present.
Ms. Perano,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Thank you very much. The first item on our agenda is presentations. Item number 1, Top of the Hill Festival, post-event recap, Mabel Manio, the Economic and Community Development Specialist. And I also see our supervisor here. Welcome, Supervisor David Canepa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I want to thank the city manager. You know, I just want to say that there are many cities in San Mateo County, whether you're in San Carlos, whether you're in Millbrae, that have had festivals, whether it's wine and food festival. But in this great city of Daly City, we've never had such a thing. I love politicians, I really do, and I love all of you. I love community leaders. But I think one of the things that really came across to me that day was how many people who really could care less about politics, who had families, who were just enjoying themselves. And what I've heard from people, and really touched me, was, why haven't we done this before? Why hasn't this occurred? And as a Daly City resident, it became very apparent to me that there were people who attended this festival, that just wanted to have a good time. I think you have clearly great leadership. I think the city manager, Mabel, thank you. As a resident, not as an elected official, but thank you. I think it was organized. It made Daly City be the big city it is. And I think when we look at moving forward, I know that through Measure K funds and through taxpayers, I want to thank the taxpayers, we were really able to do something that was incredible. The program, I want to thank the staff. If you're a part of the Daly City staff who are there, please stand up. I was just so impressed with how our city employees, thank you, Chief, appreciate you. And I thank you, give him a round of applause. Fire Chief. We had all the department heads there, but it made me feel good to see all the workers come together for something that was bigger than them. And so I will tell you this, and I think I haven't mentioned this to Tom, or I haven't mentioned this to the mayor. But I think moving forward, I think the county, through Measure K, wants to commit about $50,000 a year to continuing this. And
Thank you.
it's, let me close by saying this. There's our residents, and there's making a difference in their lives. And this top of the hill with the vendors, I don't know, how many vendors did we have? We had a lot of vendors. It was kid-friendly. It's something, I think the last time they had a festival of this sort was probably in 1976. I think it was a parade to celebrate, which at the time was the bicentennial. And so, just thank you. I mean, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council for having the vision, the fortitude. And what I would suggest, we all talk to each other. We all sort of talk in this, we all talk to each other. But really, I'd like the city manager, I'd like to see if there's any data we could collect through a survey to see how people really enjoyed it. What are things that we can do moving forward to make it better? But your vision, Mayor, in making this happen, I think says a lot, and I think it's something that we should do for the next 100 years. I'll be gone, but I just appreciate what you guys have done, not as an elected official, but as a resident of this great city. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor David Canepa, for always being here for us in Daly City. And for those of you that are watching or in the audience, right away when he heard that we were going to do this festival, Top of the Hill Festival, he partnered and was our platinum sponsor at $30,000. So thank you so much. We know how busy you are, and you always make the time out here in Daly City. Thank you so much for all that you do for our community. And I think we all heard that, $50,000 for the next one. Thank you, because really during the festival, and I know we're gonna go into a presentation, I just wanna share with everyone, the event wasn't over yet, and everyone was saying, so we're gonna do this next year, right? And Vice Mayor's chuckling because he heard the same sentiment. It was really joyful. Everyone had a great time. It was intergenerational, and it was really something for our Daly City community and beyond, folks that came around other cities. And so with that preface, Supervisor, it's a great segue because the event wasn't even over, and I said it, people were really saying, we got to do this again. I'm like, but it's not even 4 or 5 yet. But they enjoyed their time, bringing their families, and we look forward to having this continue because we know how special it is for our community to have something that they could also call their own and also share with everyone around us. And so it was really intentional to call it Top of the Hill, Daly City, because we know how Top of the Hill was so special back then when Matthews was there. Oh no, Matthews was there and all of that, but also just to bring attention to the small businesses. Our Daly City History Museum and Guild is there, and they're here in the audience. I mean, there's so many treasures and gems that are right there in Top of the Hill, and so many restaurants that need that support, as well as the opportunities to also infuse our community-based organizations there. We had a health fair that was brought in from the community. I mean, when you talk about really bringing everyone together, that's what we wanted to do. And it was the inaugural one. And so I want to say thank you to everyone that came, supported, to the staff. Incredible work. I mean, that teamwork that I saw all over, it was exceptional. I want to thank the ECD staff. Maybell, thank you for putting all of the legwork in and really being able to bring everything together as well as Rihanna and also Leilani. It's really, when you see a vision, it doesn't come into reality until you have amazing people that can see that vision with you. And really, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues that saw that vision as well, and could see optimism versus not optimism, right? We have to be able to believe and see what we can do in our community together. And I would say there were so many people that grew up in Daly City that was there, and also folks that came back from the classic cars. If you saw the amazing classic car club, I think it just really brought together what you see is the potential, and it's only just the beginning, right? It's the first one. I know that Miss Mabel Manio mentioned that there were people calling, how do I get in to be a vendor? More cars wanted to get in. So this excitement and energy is contagious, and I hear it even when Councilmember Praño and I were at Lucky's. They're like, oh, we were there at that event. Hope you continue to do that. And so I just want to say kudos to all of the staff, all of the nonprofits, all of the partners. Thank you again, Supervisor Canepa, and all of the sponsors that made our first inaugural Top of the Hill a success. And I know we're going to go into some data points. I think you asked Supervisor Canepa, we're going to go into some data points that Maybell will be sharing with each and every one of us today, this evening. And so without further ado, please, I know you have some data points, but once again, thank you everyone for, we're hopefully gonna continue this, and right off the bat, we got a commitment. Thank you, Supervisor.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo and council members. First, we're gonna actually play a video of the festival.
We're here at Top of the Hill Festival. We have a car show, we have Malo, we have Eric Bellinger, we have community resources, amazing food. Come on by.
So thank you again for your attention and time this evening, council members and mayor. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on Supervisor Canepa's statement that the energy and positivity and enthusiasm was there from all of the city employees and staff. We shared the common goal of creating this incredible experience for our community members. I wanted to share some data points with you. So this is more of like a bird's eye overview of the numbers. So we calculated 6,000 attendees, and this is only people who have smartphones who opted in to be tracked. So the real calculation could be upwards of 8,000. That's including children, maybe elderly, or people who have flip phones with no ability to download apps to be tracked with. But so the ones that opted in to be tracked is 6,000. The budget that was given to us by council was $100,000. The festival expenditures were $99,950. So $50 under the budget that was expected. However, we also got over $95,000 in-kind donations. So people like Ready Refresh, Monster, Talios, who gave donations, that's what the valuation is. It's about 95,000 with one vendor missing from that. And then sponsors, we were able to recuperate about $75,000. So the grand total for in-kind and sponsors was over 169,000. So total to put this on was $269,000, over $269,000, of which the city only paid $25,000 because of the sponsorships that we recuperated. And if there was a question, I would have had a business owner come here to speak with me. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they couldn't make it. And I couldn't get an alternate in time. However, from that business owner of Nick and Nora's, which was our bar, the quote from the owner, Michael, said, "We would like to express our appreciation for the city's efforts to raise awareness of the top of the hill businesses. And this initiative effectively highlighted the neighborhood and brought attention to it." And he also spoke to many other business owners at Top of the Hill, and he feels that a consensus of gratitude was felt toward the city for bringing people, bringing the traffic, bringing the awareness to their neighborhood. So with that, were there any questions from council members?
Thank you so much for your presentation and all the hard work, Maybelle. It's really great to hear kind of basically when this item came to us, it was some dialogue around sponsorship and how we're going to be able to do this. It is a very large event, and to hear how much support around sponsorship, in-kind donations, it just really showed a very collective.
Closer, they can't hear you.
Collective, can you hear me now? Okay. It showed a collective effort for this event. I think in moving forward, because one of the reasons of having this is supporting our small businesses, and thank you for that quote. Another reason for having this event is, the city of Daly City designated loneliness as a public health crisis. And this is an event for communities. There is a senior center that's just close by, a senior housing that's close by, older adults, children and youth. We knew that the pandemic really changed things. And so really for me, seeing all spectrums of ages was really amazing. And also seeing children and teenagers coming together. Because we knew that during the pandemic, there was a lot of isolation. They couldn't go into their classrooms. And so that's also another reason, as far as us as a council being the first city in the nation, to really call upon loneliness as a public health crisis, this also combats that, right? It does. I think the question I have, and I think maybe you may not have that at this point, or is reaching out to the vendors to ask what was the percentage of sales that helped those businesses during that time frame, right? Because we're also looking at this as an economic driver for individuals that may have never seen the restaurants on Top of the Hill. Or even some of the services at Top of the Hill, right? There's a lot of hair places, nail shops, and really being highlighting, putting that shine there. But that would be my question in that regard. But exceptional work, as said, as over and over again. It was really wonderful to see all the departments. So all the departments, and I just want to say thank you so much to you, Tom, and your leadership, because you got everyone involved. And if I were to say, and I know you coach, right? As a coach to the city team, it was amazing to see everyone work together as a team. And what I did see displayed there was completely a team effort and everyone together. And so I just want to say that again. So proud of our employees and our community partners all together. Thank you. I'll now hand it over to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to take off my political hat off just for a second. And I just want to say how dope that event was. That event was so fresh. Okay, now I'm going to put my professional hat back on. I just want to say thank you to the staff, Mabel. Everybody gave the accolades to the people that need to hear the accolades. I think it was great. It was beautiful. I just want to point out some things that I heard from people that attended the event. One person came up to me and they said, "This is the first time I ever felt seen in Daly City." And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" I was like, "The music, the lowriders, listening to Suavecito. Like, these are the things that represented like us, but we never ever see festivals that represent who we are." And I think that's who we are as Daly City. Like, we represent the Bay. We represent this particular area. And a lot of times when we think of Daly City, especially those that are not from Daly City, we think of just this sleeping suburb that people just drive by the 280 or Skyline Boulevard and just pass us by, right? It goes with our motto. Our motto is the gateway to the peninsula. It sounds like we just drive on by and there's nothing else to see. But this gave us a chance to like sit, eat, drink, break bread, see our businesses there. And it was such a beautiful thing to activate that area. And since Supervisor Canepa already put some chips in, I hope to see it bigger and better next year. And I hope to see everyone else that's in this crowd come and party with us, because we need to have celebration. As what the mayor was saying, like we declared loneliness a mental health issue, and we need a sense of community. We need a sense of identity. We need a sense of purpose. And we need to find ways where we can talk to one another and be able to converse and have a good time. And I had a great time. And I just want to say thank you, Tom, to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, Councilmember Payano, and then
So I'd like to see hands of anybody who was at the event. Could you raise your hand? Right? I'd like to start off by thanking both Councilmember Glenn Sylvester and Mayor Manalo for dreaming about this in 2016. I recall a few months back when this was just an idea. And what I remembered was them saying, "We'd like to do something for Daly City that belongs to Daly City." And so I want to thank both of you for not giving up on this idea, because it was amazing. And I thought I'd stay there for a couple hours. We had the best. Who didn't see the best weather in Daly City with a slight breeze, right? It was spectacular. That was one. I don't know who spoke to the powers that be, but thank you. Please do it next year. The second thing I saw, I took a lot of walks around, and I was peeking in businesses, and there were people in all the businesses. There were lines in the businesses. One of my favorite things was going to the History Guild. Oh my goodness. The most people I've ever seen. And I spoke with people, and you know what I got? I've always wanted to come in here. What else? I've never been here. I didn't know it was here. Last time I saw it, it was the library. And there were people with their children. I mean, I hope you come up and speak. But I was so impressed with the number of people. I swear, you said 6,000, 8,000? I cannot believe how many people were there. I stayed till the end, and I just walked around and I spoke to people. One of my favorite moments was watching the fire department. They had a truck. Anybody see the dancing fireman? I don't know what his name, I don't know who it was, but I got him on video.
it was amazing.
He was up on the truck and he was dancing. The music was amazing. Thank you very much. I love Pride and Joy. They played every tune from the 50s to the 90s and plus all the other music. I enjoyed the vehicles. I enjoyed most speaking with the people. And what I heard from the people, because I got to speak with so many different people, families. And there was one in particular, she was with her 2 kids, she was with her brother and his 3 kids, and they're young. And they said, "It's our event. Thank you. It's our event." And they felt welcome. And I will say that you saw young and old people, but the most impressive was the staff. It was absolutely incredible. And it looked like, tell me if I'm wrong, they wanted to be there. The police, street division, the water, everybody was thrilled to be there. So I would say to you is, thank you. We gave you, when you asked and we approved it, we gave you something that many people thought was impossible. But you guys didn't give up. So thank you for not giving, everybody who had a part in it. Thank you for not giving up on Daly City. Thank you for this spectacular event. And the only thing I ask is, whoever you need to talk to about the sunshine, can we have it next year? That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Really, really appreciate your comments. It was so beautiful. The week before the event, you remember it was foggy? It was foggy. The fog came back. Oh, we prayed so hard. and it was amazing weather. I think it was the most perfect weather for an inaugural Top of the Hill, and it was just wonderful. Some folks have said, "Oh my goodness, I missed out," and they are looking forward to coming next time. And so with that, I do know there are some public comments, and I will.
Through the chair.
Council Member DiGiovanni?
Yeah. Or do you want to do the public comments first, or? That's fine. Let me, yeah.
You have a question? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So first of all, thank you for the presentation and the numbers. And I know that there's more numbers probably to come in, Ms. Babo. I know that all the workers that were there, they did such a great job, and lots of hours of preparing in advance. Because I would go down towards that area when I was doing that. They were actually, I would say that not just because hanging the banners, but if we could total the hours of what they did to prepare for this event, for that day, that would be helpful. And then the amount of hours for the time and a half. Because where I'm going with this is that I just want to make sure I get it clarified. It's great that you got the donations, and then you said the whole cost was $269. Why I'm going with this is that because when it first was presented to council, and albeit the $100,000, and because I just want to clarify it, that was taken out of the general fund. So yes, I voted no to the $100,000 being out of the general fund. Did not mean I don't support festivals. I was just concerned about the money coming out of the general fund. So are we able to put that $100,000 back now? If we got, you said it only cost the city $25,000. Are we able to replenish our general fund now and put the total $100,000 out of the general fund out of this with the donations? But I want to clarify, it's the only reason I voted no, and true to form, I don't want to get it out in public that I don't need to be vilified for that. I wasn't voting against the thing, nor should anybody deny me anything or that just because whatever I vote, it was because of the general fund, and nor should I really have to clarify it, but it appears I have to, because I didn't get to enjoy all parts of it, aspects of it, which I'll get into later due to that. But we can talk about that later. But I just want to know, are we able to put it back? Or, because you said the total, it only cost us 25, right?
That's minusing from the festival budget that was
Yeah.
given. So 100,000 was approved by council, 75,000 came in by way of fiscal sponsorships. That's why I say we spent 25 technically. 'Cause
Right.
75 came back.
Came back. So we're able to put the 75 back into our general fund? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's just want to make sure. So that said that 75 out of the 25 went back into that. Because I wasn't clarified when, at the first time, around. You probably didn't know how many donations at the time that you were going to get. So, because even going forward, I know there's going to be like surveys sent out, which would be great. And maybe I know that it was a great venue, and then you have to change, little things, tweak it as you go along. And Vinny Acebeto's not able to be here, but, he just wanted me to convey, and if somebody could reach out to him, that right where the porta potties are, where they were on Hillcrest, even though I know you have to have a place for them, the lady that had the hair salon, they were like right in the road. It's just like tweaking for next year. And then there was no way for people to get into her business. It was near the Crocker Lodge, and he will, hopefully somebody can reach out to him, because, as we mow along, just like any other festival, things can move and change and get better. And because Millbrae told me that they actually have a moneymaker. And if there's any way to break down and do a report, that'd be great, of how many vendors participated that were from Daly City. Because I know that there was a couple of restaurants in other parts of our Daly City, which is fine, that participated. How many were Daly City? How many were from other spots, which everybody's welcome. But to really know how many participated, I would appreciate that. Maybe that can be on the survey as well. But, I want the people to be happy, and then just to be, make sure because I know it's a lot doing, and I believe that the vendor, the event planner that you guys worked with, that he actually is very organized. So I know that you guys had a lot to coordinate it. Thanks to Public Works, to the I saw the library staff and everywhere. But it would be good for people to know, they're asking how many actual top of the hill people participated, and how many were told there's a festival, but they didn't kind of know what to do or whatever. They said that they just put a table out or whatever. But they generally, like you said, the weather was great. And then, so I wanted to make sure that people knew, and that there's a clarification and nothing's twisted, and that is it, and that'll be dealt later on on everything else that occurred that day. But here's to next year, and maybe they'll make a lot of money like Millbrae does for their Art and Wine Festival. They actually said it's a big revenue generator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
Mayor.
you. One moment, please. Thank you so much for your comments, and I think that the data points were being reported on, and similarly, the highlight of this event was to highlight the businesses and the restaurants at top of the hill. And so, and there was extensive work by staff to reach out to those businesses, to get them prepared so that the influx of people that would be coming, and what we heard was that it was about 6,000 to 8,000 people that would be coming, and giving them that advance notification. And so the premise of this, as mentioned, was really to highlight the small businesses at top of the hill, but have something that we could call our own as Daly City. I grew up here in Daly City since I was 8 years old. And similar to what Vice Mayor has said, our motto is Gateway to the Peninsula. And, we are a special city, and we're not just a pass-through. And so there were actually also other community members from surrounding areas, the borderline of San Francisco. A woman came from Pacifica, but it's bringing that economic driver also to top of the hill, which definitely needs the support. We know that especially nowadays, if you talk about the rise of inflation and how that's impacting small businesses, this festival is not only just what we got out of it was so much fun, which is enjoy. When someone had asked, what do you foresee this festival doing? And it's about having joy with community together, and also being able to support small businesses. There's so many facets to this, and hearing that we've only in the beginning was supposed to spend $100,000, and now it whittled down to $25,000 for how much we were able to do in that space. I think it was transformative. And I know people mentioned, wait, there's gonna be a festival at Top of the Hill. Where? Oh, you're gonna close down streets? You're gonna close down streets? I mean, there were a lot of questions. And when it came to fruition, I think that's where people saw something where they felt heard, seen, and that's why I said sometimes you have to have optimism and believe that something can happen, and it became a realization, and so that's where dreams do come true. I do see this growing, and it's just a start, right? If the initial was 100,000 and it went to 25,000. In the future, it may be a revenue-making opportunity, maybe, right? But we have to start somewhere, and I'm so glad that everyone enjoyed their time. And I just want to say thank you to the staff, and I know that you'll get more information on a very kind of individual business or collective around that economic development driver piece that's so important. I'll say I never give up. So one thing that I'll say, Jefferson High School, I give kudos to Jefferson High School, my not track team, yes, and also cross country. So what Jefferson High School taught me is perseverance. You never give up, and you just keep your eye at the end of the tunnel, right? You keep it at that. And so as Councilmember Prano mentioned, this was an idea back in 2016, 2018. Back then, really to have this, it didn't happen till now. You have to have all the right team, the pieces together. And I want to say Tom, Maybell, all of you were the right pieces to really bring this vision into reality. And now with the community together, we're going to dream bigger together. So thank you so much. Councilmember Prano.
You touched on what I was going to say, which is my understanding is that Maybell and her team reached out to the businesses and months as soon as things started rolling out. And so there were meetings, there were meetups, there were talks, there were explanations. And so that's so important to point out that it didn't just show up on their front door. People had a heads up. People who owned businesses had a heads up. And I understand that some of the restaurants ran out of food because it was above their expectation. So I would say in itself, that's a win for those businesses. Another thing I heard from businesses was they got some people saying, I didn't know you were here. So it's nice that they were found. So, and I know my colleague here, I think he's next on wanting to speak. Yeah.
Did Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to say just a few words because everything that should have been said has been said. I couldn't make it to the celebration, but my wife and 2 of my 8 grandkids did. And as soon as they got home, I asked them how they go, and words could not explain. I am so, and Dr. Rod, you said something earlier, playing Suavecito.
Yes.
I mean, were you born then? No, because I believe that was in the 70s, and yeah, I used to jam to that, and just hearing that word makes me want to get up and dance, and I can imagine the personal experience when you were out there. I must, there's unsung heroes, and I can't overemphasize, as Councilmember Perano had made mention, we've been wanting to do this for a long time, and being at the right place at the right time, and plus with the leadership we have in Daly City to make this happen, I couldn't ask for more. When you train someone and they exceed and go higher than you, that's my reward, to see somebody else excel. And I had to relate to the city manager, even though I couldn't make it. I couldn't sleep the night before, and I was driving at 4:30 in the morning. And I said to myself, let me go to Top of the Hill and see what's going on. And sure enough, staff was out there, all the white trucks with their blinking emergency lights and the reverse, that sound that it makes, doo, 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 and moving these orange barricades. And they even had pressure washers over at the bus stop. And something as small as that, Tom, you and your staff and the city employees, as far as I'm concerned, you left no stone unturned. And, I just wish I could have been there, but kudos. Thank you all. And we alluded to it. And the cost really didn't bother me much. But the mere fact of what we gained, and that's that folks learn more about Daly City. It's mentioned that restaurants ran out of food. I mean, I live closer down towards Phil Am Barbecue down on 87th Street and El Camino, and I didn't think they're up at 5:30 in the morning, so I believe they may have had a presence there as well. So to bring knowledge about our businesses that do exist, you've put them onto the map, and folks other than Daly City folks, or maybe some residents from Daly City, now know. If I mention Claire's, quite a few in the audience would know who Claire's is, but there are a lot of people who don't know. And then people just coming together, and the revenue that maybe, even if the city was to break even, but the revenue enjoyed by those businesses is going to leave a long-lasting impression. So I want to say thank you so much to everyone involved, Ms. Manuel and our city manager, council for moving ahead with this idea, and here's to the future and many more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from my colleagues?
Just a short one. I think that when you look at it too, someone mentioned, I think it was at the History Museum, there used to be a gateway in the 80s festival at Top of the Hill as well. So maybe some documentation on that to go in our history along with this one. That would be great it's like a resurgence, but a different name. But it's called Gateway in the 80s. That would be great. And then more later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to comment on that? Sure, I'll use my personal privilege to call you up. And then we have some comments from others.
I was actually asked to be here tonight, so I am here.
Thank you.
Mark Weinberger, president of the Daly City History Guild Museum and Archive. I would like to, I know you want me to plug our community museum, so we're only open Saturdays, noon to 3. We're an all-volunteer effort. That's why we're only open the one day. DalyCityHistoryMuseum.org, O-R-G. We would love to have the listeners and viewers come by and support us and visit us. We were extremely happy with the festival. It was wonderful. It was great. The name of it is Top of the Hill, and that is what it should be. But another name could also be the Phoenix Festival, because once upon a time, not too long ago, there was a Gateway Festival. And it went into the 1990s and possibly the early 2000s. I'm not exactly sure, I should know, but I don't, when it ended. And this is a rebirth. This is that for the 21st century. So it's wonderful. All I would add is, Jocelyn, you asked about vendors and, not businesses earlier and how they did. We don't charge an admission at the museum. That will never change. It's free to any and all. But we do accept donations. And very happily that day, we received more donations in our donation box than we have ever received at any one point at all. And that's all going to go back into the community. It's going to help to pay our bills, carry our insurance, etc. So we were very, very pleased with that. And hopefully some new memberships will come about from it as well. All I would add is that while this is our community's festival, and it should be, and it's only going to get bigger and better as time goes on, just like each of the peninsula communities has their own event, the Fog Festival in Pacifica, etc., I would strenuously encourage you, and I'm sure you're already taking this under advisement, go to 2 days. You need to do the entire weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Each of the peninsula cities has a 2-day festival. It will be utilized, it will be enjoyed, it needs to happen. Baby steps, yes, but that needs to be the goal. And then finally, it wasn't entirely clear to all of us as to the parking situation, whether or not we would be able to cross John Daly into Hillside with Mission there. So I would just ask that that be clarified if it's the exact same location next year, and it should be. We're very happy with it, don't change it. Just to clarify as to which streets are open for through traffic. Wonderful, we loved it, thank you to all.
Thank you, Mark, for your leadership and continuous leadership up there. For those of you that were here a while ago, that's where the original John Daly Library is, and that is where the Daly City History Guild is, and a museum, and it's really amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so happy you had so many donations. That is so wonderful. And similar to your idea, the next day was not foggy, and I was like, oh my goodness. And then it was a thought like, well, maybe we'll grow 1 day to 2 days, because usually after a day of sun, the next day's foggy, but that Sunday was also beautiful. So maybe that's something that lies ahead. But thank you so much for your presentation and input. Thank you. I also have here, I'll bring up Brent Turner for item number 1. Please come up.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Brent Turner. I was an attendee at the event. And just coming in from Half Moon Bay, where I live, parking, everything from beginning to end was perfect, which could be attributed to the skill of staff. There's a tiny bit of luck that goes into this as well, to get the perfect weather and the perfect environment. Obviously, the staff, and I speak from a background, we put on the Woodstock Festival in Golden Gate Park. We had 100,000 people there. Of course, with that, there were incidents. And I think this was incident-free, which is, tough to imagine. You're setting a very high bar here with everything. The music was spectacular. When we talk about Suavecito, I have a message from the band Malo to say thank you very much what a great time they had, how the crowd was so beautiful, the response, everybody from beginning to end, and back to the staff from the top through the security, and everybody's vibe that was there was very accommodating and gracious. So, the people felt it, and it reverberated throughout the community. To mention what Supervisor Canepa said, I don't need no stinking survey. I went around to the businesses and walked the thing to try to recreate what the impressions were is fine, but we were there and we saw it with our own eyes. Every place was packed. The businesses were happy. I spoke to a lot of business owners. There was no negativity attached in any piece of it. So that's to be commended, and thank you, and hopefully we move forward with this. Again, I now have to go talk to the fellow in the back with the History Museum, because my family folklore is my grandmother was one of the first women to be involved in the Chamber of Commerce of Daly City, as well as the Board of Realtors here and the Realtors. So I want to investigate and see if that's true or not, but I'm going to see if he can do some investigation. Thank you all again for the great work at the festival. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I have Richard Cairo. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Welcome, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having me here to speak. Everybody's so happy here regarding the festival, and it was great. I didn't make it, but I was close by. I saw it from a distance. It was quite pleasant. Reason why I'm talking right now, it's not as pleasant as what happened with the festival. It's a concern I have regarding the 400 block of Hillside. And
So is it for the festival or another
no,
public
it's
comment?
not. It's not.
Okay, I'll call you up when it's
That's fine.
public comment.
That's
So
fine.
sorry about
Thank
that. Item number 1. Thank you. Are there any other comments? I'll allow for the Top of the Hill Festival. Please come up.
Bill Hamilton.
Hello. Thank you, Bill.
My name is Bill Hamilton. I'm a volunteer with the Daly City History Guild, and I volunteered at the festival. There several hours. I was just amazed at, first of all, how friendly everyone was. Everyone was happy. Huge crowd. Like Mark said, a lot of people were not aware of the museum, and it was they came out radiant seeing our history and how much they enjoyed it. I also live on Shakespeare Street, right near the top of the hill, and the week before, the amount of effort that went into preparing it wasn't just the day before, it was maybe 2 weeks, but every little area of city-owned grass or vegetation was trimmed, pruned, weeded. The sidewalk cracks were filled. I couldn't believe how beautiful it looked, and the traffic that was diverted went right past my street, but everyone seemed to understand and didn't mind the slight delay it gave. So I just want to thank everyone, the city council, for putting on such a wonderful event, and I look forward to it next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bill. I think that's all we have for this item.
Mayor Manalo, if I could.
Oh, yeah, you
Sorry.
could continue your presentation.
I just want to add, lastly, I do want to publicly express my sincere gratitude toward the city manager's office, Tom and Leilani, who work so diligently in lockstep with me the entire time to put this thing on. We did 6 months of work in 2 and was able to catch any chaotic ball thrown at us during that time. So I just want to express my sincere gratitude toward the city manager's office. Like, I would not have been able to do this without them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Maybelle, for your work and real testament of your dedication, and to each and every one of you that participated and gave your time and effort to the next Top of the Hill Festival. Thank you. Oh, I do have a public comment that was submitted. I'll read it. It says, I almost forgot until I looked down. So it says, greetings, Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, Vice Mayor Rod Das Magbual, Councilmember Teresa Proaño, Councilmember Glenn Sylvester, Daly City Manager Tom Piccolotti, and all staff of Daly City. I am writing to let you know I thank you for creating and organizing a wonderful event at the Top of the Hill event. It was a success. All your hard work and dedication were evident in every detail, and we hope we can have this event every year. Families and friends had a chance to get together, and thank you again for the wonderful event. We appreciate all your hard work and dedication. Thank you. All right. Now, moving on to our next item on the agenda. It's number 2, Proclamation for Latino Heritage Month with Faith in Action. The Proclamation for Latino Heritage Month. Whereas each year we take time to recognize how California's growing Latino population enriches Daly City and strengthens our cultural and economic ties to Mexico, Spain, and Central and South America. Whereas according to the most recent statistical data, the current Latino Hispanic population in Daly City is more than 25,000, roughly 23.6% of the city's population. And whereas Daly City has a foreign-born population of 52.3%, ranking sixth among the U.S. cities with populations of 100,000 or more, including 12,000 immigrants from Latin America. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Week was observed in the United States in 1968 and expanded to 1988 to a 30-day period, September 15 to October 15. This year, in October 2024, we honor this tradition and celebrate the rich heritage and contributions of Hispanic Americans. Whereas in September 2002, Daly City has commemorated this observance with an annual celebration, and this year marks the 22nd year. Whereas Latino Heritage Month serves an opportunity to celebrate the vibrant Latino community within Daly City, highlighting its positive impacts on our society. Whereas throughout this month-long observance, we encourage all residents to participate in activities that celebrate Latino culture and reflect on how diverse our community is, with shared success and well-being of Daly City. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor and members of the City Council of the City of Daly City, hereby proclaim September 15, 2024 through October 15, 2024 as Latino Heritage Month in Daly City. And so I'd like to pass this proclamation to Faith in Action, a wonderful organization that has continued to do community organizing day in and day out, and not only serves the Latino community and beyond, but really has been a crucial organization centered in community.
Buenas noches a todos. Me siento muy orgullosa esta noche de estar representando toda nuestra comunidad latina, juntos con mi hija y junto con la comunidad completa, porque nosotros representamos la comunidad completa.
She says good night to everyone. She feels very proud to be here representing the Latin community with her daughters and her family.
Nos sentimos orgullosos y somos parte de Fe en Acción, como ustedes ya lo conocen, y estamos luchando por una comunidad que sea segura y estable aquí en Daly City.
You guys know her as a leader in Faith in Action, and she continues to fight for her community to be secure and safe here in Daly City.
Quisiera saber si está algo completar.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this proclamation. We'll share it with the rest of the Bay Area as we represent the Bay Area.
Thank you so much for being here and all the work that you do day in and day out continuously as organizers, not only in Daly City and the Bay Area. And I want to honor your community and all that you do. Thank you. Please.
I also want to say thank you. It's a big honor to get like this award, well, this proclamation, and it's also like helping the youth and making us feel very proud, and also working with Faith in Action. And like as a youth, it's a big deal to work with our community, and I'm so blessed to be able to work with you guys and my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're moving on to our next proclamation, Filipino American History Month. And we have both the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center and Kapwa Cultural Center. Whereas Filipino American History Month acknowledges the profound and lasting impact of the Filipino community whose contributions have woven an enduring thread in cultural, social, and economic fabric of our nation, Daly City. Whereas the Filipino American community has been instrumental in shaping the history and progress of the United States, contributing significantly across diverse fields such as education, healthcare, the arts, athletics, public service, and more. Whereas Daly City is home to an estimated 34,000 Filipino Americans, representing approximately 33% of the city's population, who enrich our community with their vibrant culture, traditions, and leadership, from the diverse culinary scene to the numerous community leaders who inspire change and foster inclusivity for all. Whereas on October 5th, 2024 marked the 10th annual Kasayahan sa Daly City event, where the City of Daly City commemorated the Filipino American History Month in partnership with PBRC and presented the proclamation to General Neil R. Ferrer in honor of Filipino American History Month. Whereas this month provides an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing challenges faced by the Filipino American community, including the need for greater representation, cultural preservation, and the pursuit of social justice as we work towards a more equitable and inclusive society. Whereas we take this opportunity to honor the resilience and dedication and vibrant spirit of Filipino Americans, recognizing their contributions to Daly City's economic growth, cultural richness, and community strength. And I'd like to have both Kapwa Cultural Center and the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center to receive this. Thank you. PBRC?
I would like the officers of PBRC to please join me here. Ray, come on. Cheryl, I saw Cheryl here. Ray.
All right, let's go. Together? This is two amazing organizations that will.
Thank you.
Thank you. So allow for PBRC to speak, and then we'll have Kapwa Cultural Center.
Okay. Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, Vice Mayor Mr. Dr. Rad Macluar, our members of the Daly City Council, Mr. Glenn Sylvester, thank you, Miss Pam De Giovanni, Mrs. Teresa Puraño, our city manager is John. Good evening. I'm so proud and feel so honored that the Philippine history is being celebrated here in the state, especially here in Daly City. I could not thank enough the City Council and the City of Daly City for proclaiming this day as the Filipino History Month. Thank you, and it is wonderful. I remember the beginning of the celebration. It was Pat Martel and Mr. Joseph, myself, and I think that was Padilla, Angie. And it was started here, right here in this lobby. We performed here. After 2 years, Pat said, oh, this is beginning to be crowded. So we moved to Pachili building. But then we didn't stay that long because there were lots of people. Now we are celebrating in the park. And we just celebrated the last one, which is I think October 5. And those of you who came, thank you so much. So tonight, I don't have anything to say to you regarding the Philippine history. You heard them year after year. But what I'm going to say tonight is just thank you from the bottom of my heart. On behalf of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center and the Filipino American community, I'm so honored to accept this proclamation. Thank you and have a nice evening. Good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tita Perla Barrientos, and we thank you for all that you continue to do.
I'll just say a few words, Your Honor.
Oh, please.
The Honorable Mayor, members of the Honorable Council. Very recently, we observed the 35 years celebration of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center. When you talk of Bayanihan, it talks of volunteerism. The men and women of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center, for the last 35 years that they have sacrificed their time, their sweat and tears for this long time of services to the community in the American spirit of volunteerism, in covenant with the President Eisenhower and President Kennedy's volunteerism, which is, to us, a very noble one to help the community with or without any political colors. We are here to serve in partnership with the city, with the community, in social uplift, cultural development, and political development. Without any colors is acceptable, for as long as it's for the betterment of our community and our country. With this, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's right. Happy 35th anniversary to the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center this year.
You can come up here, Fernando, if you want to come up here.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank
Hi.
you. Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Capra Cultural Center.
Yes. We are standing here in humility and deepest gratitude to you, Mayor Jesselyn Manalo, and elected officials here today. And Stephanie, I'm one of the co-founders alongside my dear sister, Christy Morales Kumasawa, of the Capra Cultural Center. And alongside staff, Mikey and Fernando, our youth advisory ambassador. And we stand here with so much pride. And we were noticing the sentiment around, a sense of belonging and, having a sense of community. And how do we build that? And really, it stems from the shoulders we stand on. And I really want to pay honoring to Tita Perla and PBRC, other centers that have inspired us to co-create Capra Cultural Center, like Lawanag Cultural Center, FMHI. We really lean on the wisdom of who has built this community, not just the Filipino OX community, but in solidarity. And it wasn't a coincidence that the birthing or the launching of KKC landed on the day of Larry Itliong's day, right? One of the first. And if you all don't know, this revolutionary, this activist of the 60s who was one of the leads in the United Farm Workers movement, alongside our Mexican farm workers. So, it's very timely to have the proclamation of Latino Heritage Month alongside the Filipino American History Month. And then also this top of the hill Daly City vision. I just feel like it's just, I'm connecting the dots here. I had a whole speech or what I was going to say, but I really am like leaning into the presence of what I'm witnessing is that we all have a similar vision. We all have a common goal of solidarity, and we all thank everyone here who has invested blood, sweat, and tears to get to this point of reimagining and materializing dreams that have lived in our hearts and souls, in our ancestors' hearts and souls for centuries. So I just want to, part of what we do at KKC, we are a first in San Mateo County to center a social enterprise, I would say, that centers mental health and wellness and really addressing the idea of loneliness. And, I'm a firm believer in divine timing, and all of it is coming to a place of just our dreams are coming true. I think Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, you mentioned that dreams really do come true, especially in a time like this where our hearts are aching, people are struggling. There's a lot of heartache and suffering in the world, and what we need right now is hope. And I feel like standing on the shoulders of PBRC on their 35th anniversary, the birthing of KKC alongside other milestones this year, I'd say we are on our way to reimagining the world, a new world of liberation, because all of our freedoms and struggles are so deeply intertwined. And so I stand here with humble grace and acceptance on behalf of our KKC village, because it really does take a village to build what we're doing, and it takes a lot to sustain it. So I also have a call to action. I believe in these honoring of these moments of recognizing milestones, and I also challenge our dear council members and people in this room to think about how do we sustain. What are sustainable and scalable practices that we're engaging in? And while, yes, we have, thank you, Mental Health Services Act innovation funding for that $2.6 million of seed funding, that's great for 5 years. But what happens 10 years down the line? We need to sustain our people that deserve what they're worth, their value, to do the work. It did not take overnight to get this money. And so I am, from the bottom of my heart, deepest part of my soul, alongside my folks here, we're asking for your support. I'm planting a seed of further conversation about what does that look like, and to really look at what happened on Friday. If some of the folks who actually attended the soft opening at KKC, that was a testament to the history, the really rich fabric of our culture that is, helping to build Daly City and the communities that make up this beautiful village that helped raise me. So looking to a line item in the budget, to consider like dedicated funding to sustain, because the people have spoken. We have plenty of testimony on Friday that mentioned that this is what we've needed, this is what we've wanted, and it's not just our community. I think cross-culturally, let's build more centers like that, right? Not just for us, but for everyone. And I'm gonna stop talking, because I feel like what we try to do is center the voices that don't often get, airtime. And I wanna offer some space for one of my dear Audings and friends, Fernando Montañez, who can speak to a little bit more about what it means to our youth, our future generations.
Thank you, Steph.
Right. Echoing everything that's been said by Tita Perla, Tita Ray, Ate Steph, I just want to point out that there's symbolism behind just sharing this proclamation with both PBRC and KKC. For one, I used to serve in the board of directors with PBRC, an amazing 1-year journey with them. I really credit a lot of my achievements and the work that I do now because of Tita Perla and the board of directors who, like Steph has said, we stand on their shoulders. And, there is this rich narrative, even just locally, of how the spirit of Bayanihan and the spirit of Kapwa has always carried us here in Daly City. You know, just coming from the background of being an immigrant coming to Daly City, whereas one of the number one things that immigrants struggle on is loneliness. Speaking English for the first time, entering the realm of elementary public school as a brown kid that doesn't know English. I've been through that, and loneliness is intergenerational. And we need PBRC as much as we need spaces like KKC for the youth to have a space for them to create, to grow, and to take ownership of. Because it is the youth that we need to start investing in right now if we want to make sure that our city and our community as a whole remains and grows as the most welcoming and significant space for people of all ages and all colors to come together and make community. There was one instance during the soft opening where an army of high school students just started coming in all at once. And that's when it really cemented for me and for staff that this is why we do the things we do for the youth, for the students, so that they have a place that they can call their own. And I want to also echo that, you know, we can't do the work that we do if it aren't for the partnerships that we want to build and that we have right now. And so I do invite the city that you continue to build these relationships as strong as PBRCs with the cities. We welcome you to meet with us and just explore and tour this wonderful, amazing space. And so, mabuhay ang Pilipinong Amerikano, and mabuhay both the spirit of Bayanihan and the spirit of Kapwa. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your soft opening for Kapwa Cultural Center. It's really a huge milestone, again, for both organizations, the 35th anniversary of PBRC, and also the launching of Kapwa Cultural Center having their space. But they've been doing the work for many, many years. Thank you so much. We're moving on to item number 4, the proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month. 2020, November 2024, whereas the history and the culture of our great nation has been significantly influenced by the Native Americans and Indigenous peoples, whose rich heritage and enduring contributions have shaped the identity of the United States. And whereas the contributions of Native Americans have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and the greatness of America today, from their remarkable achievements in areas such as agriculture, environmental stewardship, arts, and governance, to their profound role in defending our nation's values and principles. Whereas their customs and traditions passed down through generations continue to be respected and celebrated as a part of the vibrant legacy across the country, deeply enriching the diversity that defines the American experience. And whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 with recognition expanded by the Congress and approved by President Bush in 1990, officially designating the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month, a time for reflection on the history, resilience, and enduring culture of Native Americans. Whereas this month offers an opportunity to acknowledge the deep injustices Native American communities have faced and to honor their ongoing struggles for equity and recognition, while also recognizing their significant influence on American history and the contemporary landscape. Whereas in honor of National Native American Heritage Month, communities nationwide, including the city of Daly City, will recognize this month with celebration, cultural programs, educational events, and historical exhibits that highlight the remarkable achievements and contributions of Native Americans. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and members of the City Council of the City of Daly City, hereby proclaim the month of November 2024 as National Native American Heritage Month, and encourage all residents to join in commemorating this significant month by recognizing the contributions of Native Americans and participating in many educational and cultural activities being offered in this month. I do have a statement, and unfortunately, the representative could not make it, but for the record, we have a statement from Jean Charit, Committee Chair for the National Native American Heritage Month, San Andres Lake Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. On behalf of our local chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, we thank Mayor Manalo and all the members of the City Council for their proclamation recognizing the achievements and contributions of Native Americans. We look forward to having Daly City's proclamation, together with those from other cities and towns in San Mateo County, as part of the exhibit supporting National Native American Heritage Month. The exhibit will be held in Sanchez Adobe Interpretive Center in Pacifica during the month of November. Again, thank you. Now moving on to item number 5, the DCPLA grant to the Daly City Public Library. And today to present, we have Clayton Koo, Director of Daly City Public Library Associates. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, and City staff. My name is Clayton Koo, and I am the Vice President of the Daly City Public Library Associates, or DCPLA. The Board of Directors of DCPLA is very pleased tonight to present a check for $20,700 to the City of Daly City and its libraries. The first donation is from the Town of Coma for $5,700. The funding will be used to replace 6 laptops at the John Daly Library branch. The laptops will be available for checkout and dispensed in the laptop kiosk. The kiosk ensures that computers are wiped, sanitized, and charged to be ready for the next library users to check out. The current laptops are past their prime, over 4 years old, and in need of replacement. The second donation is from Sunlight Giving for $15,000. The funding will replace early learning computers in the John Daly, Westlake, and Bayshore Library branches. These computers offer educational software and programs designed to enhance early literacy, numeracy, and cognitive skills. By replacing outdated computers, we ensure that children in underserved neighborhoods receive the same high-quality educational experiences as their peers in more affluent areas in the area. We are grateful for the ongoing support from the Town of Coma and are excited to have received for the first time a grant from Sunlight Giving, all in total of $20,700. While I'm here tonight too, just also want to provide a couple of timely updates to share with the City Council as well as our community. We want to invite the community to attend our 3rd annual Art and Lit Fest at Ceremony Center, actually this coming Saturday, November 2nd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a celebration of the arts, culture, music, crafts, and so much more of Daly City. It is free and open to the public to attend, and everybody is invited to join in on the fun. We will also have a Dia de los Muertos altar as part of our event. We invite members of our community who would like to recognize a loved one or pet loss by reaching out to our Executive Director, Victoria Magbilang, at info@dcpla.org. And then additionally, DCPLA has also opened up applications to find our 5th Daly City Youth Poet Laureate. Any student between the ages of 13 to 18 by January 2025 and either lives and or attends school in Daly City or Broadmoor is eligible to apply as well. The Youth Poet Laureate will receive an honorarium amount of $2,500 for the year of service. You can learn more about both events at dcpla.org. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak for you tonight, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and it's always wonderful to see DCPLA up here because we always know it's something great as far as giving to our libraries. So thank you to all of the board of directors, and also to our neighbor next door, Town of Colma, for their contribution to support our libraries here. As we know, it's a library, all the libraries are close, and many of their residents also utilize our libraries, and it's also just that connectivity with one another. So please extend my thanks to the Town of Colma and also to Sunrise Organization. But it's really so important to have all of these technological tools that continue to advance year after year. And so if we don't have computers that are up to date, that's not a good thing for our youth. And so I just want to say thank you for the continuous support. I know that our libraries and the youth and all of those, whether young or old, that utilize it are very grateful for this continued partnership. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for coming up. As a proud director on DCPLA, it is always a fun event. And if anyone can attend this coming Saturday, it's going to be a lovely event. So if you're kind of trying to figure out what to do, you should stop by. So thank you for presenting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
DiGiovanni.
Yeah, thank you. Can't say enough, and then there's Victoria sitting down there and Shayla. You guys do always the work. It's one thing after the other, and then Town of Colma, thank you. So we're all big partners together. And you know, Mr. Koo, that, we all know what you do for the community, and it's a testament because we have one of your teachers in the audience tonight who seems to be beaming of what you've done and what you do for our community. You go above and beyond in every role that you do, having served 9 years or 10 years approximately on our BPAC, and everything you do, never missing meetings. That's one that I could say. You never miss any meeting, whether it's school board or whatever. And that's a testament to who you are and Victoria. And so we're so proud to have you part of the community, and action oriented will be there at the ceremony. I'm sure that we'll all be there to support. And it'll be a fun day as it was last year, and it keeps getting better and better. And the altar is a beautiful idea to continue them, because I believe it's a different culture for different Spanish speaking, but I know for sure that in November the 1st is the adults, November 2nd is for the infants, for Dias de los Muertos, and in particular Mexico. So thank you for doing that, acknowledging it. Thank you. Keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, the approval of the minutes. I move to approve the regular meetings of October 14, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Now moving on to public appearances and oral communications. I do have Mr. Richard Caro. This is the time now, from Grandview Village. Please come up. Thank you for your patience.
Anyway, Mayor Monalo and all elected officials, thanks for having me. I just want to bring up something, and I know tonight's very joyful and regarding this thing with the Daly City Festival, and I have to bring up a problem, a concern I have, and it's not very pleasant. And let me tell you how I came about it. It's the area in question is actually 400. The block is the 400 block of Hillside, the even side. And the reason why I found out about this area is because a few weeks ago I was looking for parking, I think on whatever it was, a Wednesday night, and I had to park like 5 blocks away from my house on Melissa. And I came across this area, and as I parked my car, and as I was walking back home, I came across this stench, bad odor coming out of these weeds growing there, and it goes for the entire block. So I go, what's going on here? So I took a look behind those weeds, and I found everything that was just disgusting. There was homeless material there. There was a blanket. There was a sleeping bag. There was garbage. There was furniture, pillows, everything. And the reason why I'm here tonight is I have a concern for safety and sanitation for that area. It's not too far from my house, but I know that kids come down that block, and there's also, I walk my dog, so I see a lot of seniors also that are walking through there. And I've talked to neighbors since I did come across this problem, and they tell me that the owner of that property is Lucky's, and they actually clean it every now and then. I don't think that's a good that's a short-term solution. I think what we need to do there is get rid of those, whatever they are, succulents, plants that grow about 6 feet tall. I think it's unsafe for the neighborhood. I think that it's not my time, right?
It is your time.
That's 2 minutes already?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry. Okay, listen, I just want to bring that to your attention. And I'm looking for a long-term solution. And whatever I got to do to make this happen, I need to know.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you for. 15. All right. Moving on to, if there's no other public appearances or oral communications, we are moving on to the approval of our consent agenda. Approval of our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Oh, okay. Sure. Please take your time. I don't think I have your, you have it for item number 15.
But I also checked kind of a light check.
Oh, I see. Okay, please come up, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you.
So I'll hold it for both.
Hello, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, all my friends. I would like to ask, again, have been here for a very long time, if they could please turn the phones back on so that the public could make comments on the items as they come up. I think that's important. And the volume on channel 26, the community channel, still doesn't work. So most people that don't have a computer or know how to navigate to get to YouTube can't follow along. And also, when they did when they closed the dispatch office for the fire and the police here in Daly City and sent it down to the call center in San Jose, we were told that there would never be a time when somebody wasn't filling that seat that knew Daly City and knew, say, March Banks, he knew where to go, or top of the hill, stuff like that. Well, unfortunately, my neighbor, Joe Lowe, he passed away. He was a Vietnam veteran, 3 tours of duty in Vietnam. And he passed, he lived alone, and he was in there for 3 weeks before we found him. And my neighbor across the street, his son, Rico, went in. I told him I'd go with him, but he unfortunately went by himself, and he found him, and he was dead. And we called up the dispatch office. We had to call 3 times. Nobody answered. And finally, we called the non-emergency number, and then they chastised us. Well, where did you get this number from? Well, gee whiz, I mean, it's pretty well known that that's where you get, it's just a non-emergency. So then finally we got a hold of somebody and they sent the police department up there. But it took forever to get through, and that's really not right. So I just wanted to mention those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any more public comments? Seeing none, we're moving on to the adoption of our consent agenda. Yeah. Do you have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Do I have a first? Second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 14. Conduit financing for Midway Village Phase 2 affordable housing. We have Ms. Linnell Silligan, please. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. We are here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Mid-Penn Housing Corporation has asked that the California Municipal Financial Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $80,000, no, that's not $80 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, development of a 113-unit qualified residential rental project to be owned and operated by the borrower and located at 45 Midway Drive within the city of Daly City. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities regarding the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. This evening, I have with us today April Moe with Midpen Housing Corporation and Jared Suzuki of the California Municipal Finance Authority to answer whatever questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Lanelle, for that presentation and welcome. It's exciting to see that it's about the Midway Village Phase 2. And so if you'd like to share any insights or where we're at in the process, but we understand this is kind of some regulatory pieces that we need to get through. But since we have you here, we'd love to hear.
Good evening. Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much. We are very much looking forward to getting Phase 2 construction underway, hopefully by the latter half of February of this coming year. And as you know, Phase 1 was a huge success in getting completed. It's all moved in. Phase 2 will welcome the Child Care Center into a brand new space, and so we're very excited to have them enjoy a new space as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, an update with that and hearing the completion of Phase 1. I mean, this is definitely a no-brainer. We know that it's so important to really revitalize that area and seeing what's been done already. I think I was able to sit on some design review committees. I think it was with you, Vice Mayor, looking at kind of what thematics around the childcare and seeing that it's moving into the next phases. And so if my colleagues don't have any other questions, I actually move this item to support. Well, actually, we have to go into the formal hearing. So I'll actually move to open a hearing. Do I have a first? Or second?
Second?
Okay. I don't have any items on item number 14 on here, so motion to close?
Close, motion to close.
Second.
Thank you very much. And with that, I move to adopt the resolution for conduit financing for Midway Village Phase 2 affordable housing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to item number 15, General Plan Amendment GPA-18 8-24-16606 and zone change ZC-8-24-16607, revised draft housing element adoption and initial implementation measures. And we have our staff, Michael Bunlakusin, please come up.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a continued item from the council meeting of October 14th to discuss the city's draft housing element. Our plan was just to go ahead and continue with the presentation where we left off, if that's okay with the mayor and council. So I'm going to fast forward to that place. Just give me a moment. So we had talked about all of the different sites and the city's shortfall and the way that we sort of deal with that shortfall. We can revisit any of this if you'd like, but just for the purpose of brevity, we'll propose not doing that, although again, if you'd like to, we certainly can. We talked about the rezoning of the site on Ceremony Boulevard, rezoning the site at near the top of the hill, 88 Hillside Phase 2. It's a city-owned property. This is sort of where we left off. We were discussing the rezoning of parcels adjacent to the Seton Medical Center and the 815-unit realistic rezone capacity those would provide. And the city council had a number of questions about that, and we tried to answer those. And so to segue from that, we did not discuss this slide, I don't believe. This is also a Seton rezone site. So this site's located at the southeast corner of Cerro Drive and Southgate Avenue. This is an existing, I believe it's a 2-story medical office building. The building is a vacant building, and the developers representing HMC have indicated that they'd like to construct a 175-unit multifamily building here. And this is actually the project that in the nearer term is probably the more realistic in terms of a construction. We've done conceptual review, preliminary review of the infrastructural needs to serve this building. And it's also, again, a rezone site. So this would be rezoned, redesignated. It's in the Sullivan Quarter Specific Plan area from CO, commercial office, to residential multifamily, RM. So that's rezone site number 9. So one of the things, so that concludes our discussion of the rezone sites. And if any of the council members would like, we can revisit any of those. Yeah. So also what is proposed is there are amendments to the zoning, the R3 multiple family zoning district. And this is a citywide change. So the city's notified all of the property owners that are affected by this. All of the property owners who own property that is zoned R3 have been notified of these regulations. This is Chapter 1712, R3 multiple family residential zone district, and 1721, Sullivan Corridor Specific Plan District. The Sullivan Corridor Specific Plan includes the area around City Hall, extending all the way to the Southgate area, past Seton Medical Center, and that's the RH zoning district. So there's some important changes to these zones that are necessary in order to implement the rezonings fully, and this is part of the housing element. This is and this is an action to a zoning change that the city council would take. So the first is required that all new development be multiple family residential in nature only, and that residential development would be constructed along the density parameters identified in the general plan, and we'll talk about some of those density changes in a minute. The maximum building height would be amended to 120 feet plus 15 additional feet for elevator shafts. So right now the maximum building height is, I believe, 36 feet. So this is a significant change. The heights of buildings can be taller. Amending the minimum lot area from new new parcels from 3,000 square feet to 1 acre. So this is the minimum number of square feet that a property owner could subdivide their land. And the purpose for this regulation is essentially to preclude R3 zoned properties from being subdivided into small parcels that can only hold 1 or 2 units. We want to have a continuation of larger parcels. There's an economy of scale for building apartment buildings and condominium buildings on parcels that are already large. You want to keep them large, essentially, and that's what number 3 is. Removing the maximum lot coverage regulation. Currently it's 75% in the R3 zone. There would be no maximum lot coverage. There are objective design standards that do control and result in de facto lot coverage regulations, but as a zoning matter, the maximum lot coverage would be removed. That's number 4. And then there's a 5th change, which is removing the regulation pertaining to lot area per dwelling. So currently the zoning ordinance says that 1 dwelling unit can be constructed for every 500 square feet of lot area. That's actually inconsistent with the city's general plan right now, and so we're proposing that it be removed. So these are the 5 changes to the R3 multiple family residential and RH specific plan district, and they're pretty important changes, and that's why I spent some time on this slide. So these are the changes to the city's general plan. The city's general plan identifies the number of dwelling units that can be constructed per acre, and we needed to make some adjustments to allow for essentially a greater number of units per acre. I can read through each one of these, but probably the most pertinent to the rezonings that would be occurring is an increase in the permitted residential densities for the high density and very high density residential land use designations. So currently the high density is 35.1 to 60 dwelling units per acre, and that would be amended to 60.1 to 120. And then the very high would be amended to anything over 120 dwelling units per acre. And so again, I believe the cap right now is 50 dwelling units to the acre on very high density. So this is a fairly significant change, allowing a much greater amount of density. Again, and this is citywide, so this isn't just the rezone sites. All of anything that's designated with these designations would have its density changed, essentially allowing more residential development. All of this, again, has been not only vetted, but reviewed with the state HCD, and it's essentially this is a rezoning and general plan amendment regimen that the city staff, HCD, and the city's consultant have agreed to, and this HCD has indicated the housing element qualifies for certification based on these numbers. One of the things we also wanted to point out that the housing element does in the latest RENA round is there are a number of programs related to affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's part of Assembly Bill 686, and that bill requires that the City of Daly City and all cities in California take meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free of barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. The tasks, and this is in the housing element, that the City of Daly City has proposed are enumerated in meaningful actions in the right column. And the City Council can, at its leisure, take time to review those, but essentially these are just different policies where the city of Daly City in this case, of course, has come up with to combat essentially discrimination, put resources into neighborhoods that wouldn't normally have those resources, et cetera. This is just a continuation of that table. One of the requirements of any housing element, especially in this area, and we're essentially in the flight path of course, SFO departures, and the Airport Land Use Commission has therefore jurisdiction in reviewing our housing element. The housing element went to the Airport Land Use Commission, and the commission found, with some changes to the city's zoning ordinance that are also proposed in the council packet, that the city's housing element was consistent with the airport land use, airport land use plan. And again, if there's anything that the city council would like to review specifically on that, we can do that. One of the other important characteristics that, or the items that the city council would be voting on are objective design standards. So if you'll note in the land use tables and the zoning ordinance tables, we're allowing multifamily uses by right, so there's no further discretionary review, as we discussed at the last meeting. However, the city council would enact objective design standards, and these are essentially architectural standards, if you will. The state allows this for us to come up with a set of architectural qualities that we would like to see in new buildings. The city staff enforces those and requires those prior to the issuance of any building permit. And those objective design standards are an attachment to your city council packet, and they would also be adopted along with the housing element, the rezonings. I won't read through each one of these, but essentially the objective of this is to remove any sort of subjective standards from development review. It provides architects with a very objective set of regulations that they can follow in the design of new buildings. So the environmental review, of course, the city's housing element is subject to CEQA. It's a project under CEQA. And the city's consultant Placeworks has prepared the second addendum to the city's general plan EIR, and that's an attachment to the city council package that would also be certified by the council at the time that it adopts the housing element. So this item has, of course, gone to the Planning Commission for review. The Planning Commission recommended that the city council affirm the environmental assessment and approve the general plan amendment zone change and zone change adopting the housing element, as well as adopt the objective design standards and the rezonings that we discussed in our staff presentation. For the council's information, HMC, the property owner for Seton Medical Center, has requested that the city council continue the housing element so that the appropriate persons can be present to answer any questions that the city council members may have regarding the housing element and the Seton's particular parcels related to the housing element. So with that, we can entertain any questions the council may have or whoever you'd like to do.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Van Lacoosen. I think that it's important for us to see what further changes there are in regards to design standards. I know that at our last meeting, there was heavy discussion on the particular area around Seton Hospital. And so I think that, as you mentioned, there was a request for an extension for, I guess, is that a couple of weeks? Is that what was?
That's what our understanding was, is they needed a couple of weeks.
Okay. I think given the lengthy discussion that we at Hall had prior to this, having the landowner here present regarding some questions in regards to, I know that the hospital is something that is a community resource for many decades. And so I think what would be very useful is to have them present as they're requested, and then, and have an extension and have this moved to the next council meeting. Because I think it's important for us to hear from them directly. But I also know that we do have some comments and public comment from those that have turned in some cards. But I will say that my sentiment here is, number one, we need to approve a housing element in order to ensure that we get the funding that we necessarily need to build the housing for our infrastructure. But also, I do believe that from our conversation at the last council meeting, that I think it's important for us to also hear directly from the landowners in such a large parcel of area are surrounding the Seton Hospital. And so that's just where I just want to be very clear, that's where I'm standing. I am looking towards, continuing this item. But I am also understanding that we need to make a decisive, a decision, because a lot of money, from the state is really, is something that we need to have. We can't lose those resources that are coming down the line. So that's where I'm at. I appreciate you sharing, that's that you got that information, I think earlier today, or I don't know when.
Through the chair.
Councilmember DG.
Yeah, I just have a quick thank you, by the way, Michael. I know it's a lot of work. Yeah, for the sake of the audience, with the mayor's comments, that would it be okay to go back to that seating thing for the audience?
The particular
Because, yeah,
slide.
for the audience, just a little teeny bit. Is that appropriate, City Attorney? And so that the people I hate to make you repeat, but just so that people can understand a little bit more, the people in the community, because they had been calling after the last meeting, and some are watching at home. And through the chair, if that's appropriate for you and my colleagues, just to review shortly about the parcels and what needs to be done from hospital to rezone. Plus, it's a good refresher for myself as well.
I don't see no issue with that. I think we could go over it through some brevity because of the fact that we're having them come and explain. And so if we can do it, with some brevity because of the fact that we're going to be here again discussing it extensively with questions to AHMC directly.
Correct.
So
Out of
just
respect
a very quick overview.
Yeah, certainly. Right.
And for myself, I would like to as well. Thank you, as a council member. Thank you.
Certainly. Can make this very brief. During the development of the housing element, the city staff was approached by a developer that represented the hospital ownership to essentially redevelop the parcel at Cerro and Southgate together with four parcels adjacent to Seton Medical Center. The extent to which those would be redeveloped is represented in an attachment to the city council staff report in terms of the intensity. And so it was sort of a rezoning that we saw as an opportunity. The state of California looks very favorably at rezone sites that a developer has expressed interest in developing. It's the first question they ask: how do we know this is going to be, built with housing? And to have a developer having expressed that definitely promulgated us to add this to the list.
Thank you very much for that information. And at this point, I know that there are folks that are here in the audience, and I want to acknowledge NUHW that is here, an organization that has with our healthcare workers that wants to speak on this item. And so with that, I'm going to ask for public comment at this time, unless there's anything else, Mr. Van Lukhuizen.
Yes, I have a few comments I'd like to
I was asking Mr.
before we
Lukhuizen.
open it up to the public hearing. May I?
Yeah, I was asking
Thank
Mr.
you.
Van Lukhuizen, do you have any more? Okay, go ahead, Council Member Sylvester.
All right, I'm looking at the pros and cons of what we have before us today. Can you explain to me what is the builder's remedy?
A builder's remedy, and perhaps the city attorney can help out with this. Would you like to answer, Rose? Yes.
So builder's remedy is basically a remedy that is imposed upon a city that essentially means that a process would be proceeding without any permits or discretion with the council. So if a project is to be presented, to the extent that we do not have a certified housing element, the builder's remedy would mean a development would proceed regardless of what your regulations are.
Okay. Am I at liberty to ask if we don't approve this plan, what would happen?
With regard to builder's remedy or just in general?
Well, I got builder's remedy already, but I think I alluded to it the last meeting where I had asked Mr. Chu about certain funding, which is our Public Works Director. However, is there any other, like, state funds we would be losing out on?
Yes. So if the city doesn't have an adopted housing element by the end of the year, we would be disqualified from receiving a number of state funding sources, including PLHA funds. There's a number of public works type funds that we would also not qualify into the multiple millions of dollars.
All right. You had made mention that there was a letter drafted by the owners of the property, AHMC, that they request to continue this matter.
That's correct.
And you said the reasons for wanting to continue this matter is to provide answers to questions that council may have. I guess it's in regards to the proposed development. Is that correct?
That's our understanding, yes.
That's your understanding? All right. So the questions that council may have, which was presented at the last council meeting, did they want, well, I don't know if you would know, but did they want to go into more detail as to what they want to do with the parcels, other than what they told us that they were already going to do?
It's hard for us.
Is that a tough question? It's hard
right. That would be my assumption as well, that they wanted to go into a little bit more detail on what their intentions are for the project. Sure.
Okay, and according to your report, Planning Commission looked this over and they're recommending for us to move forward.
That's correct.
At risk, builder's remedy, impose, phone for comment. Continue. That's all I have at this time. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, I just have one quick question.
Thank you very much.
Just one, yeah. Real quick, for brevity. I know you showed the 179 units on Southgate. And then the last time that we were here, because all the council, and then we continued it, it's the total of 500 and something for the 4 parcels that they proposed to build, correct? So is that 179 on Southgate? Could it be 179 minus 500? Or is that 179 on Southgate included in the 500 of the parcels by AHMC?
These 4 provide an 815 unit realistic capacity.
Pardon?
These 4 parcels provide 815 units.
They provide 800?
Yeah.
Okay. 800, okay. But I mean, is that the total of let me look on the street. Where's Sullivan? I see it. And over here where they go with the medical building.
Right. It's all 4.
Okay. Because don't they also own that one like you were showing from Southgate?
Yes.
At that building?
Yes.
Are we including that as well?
Not in the 815.
That was zoned as hospital as well?
I've turned this off. This is 179 here.
79,
Yeah.
separate?
Separate, yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And to be clear, the Daughters of Charity own the parcel closest to Sullivan Avenue. Just to be clear, this is identified in your staff report.
Okay. And then I'm sure we'll have the opportunity through the city attorney to ask more questions later, so I'll keep it brief. Thank you very much, Michael.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. I will now open it up for public comment with 2 minutes. May I have Melissa Mejia?
Hello, my name is Melissa Mejia. I've been a leader with Faith in Action for 6 years. I'm also a student at Jefferson High School and a leader at Faith in Action Youth. I'm here today to support the Seton Hospital Union in opposing this position to rezone the land of high-density housing. In Daly City, we need more affordable housing for our low-income and immigrant community. If this position is passed today, there will not be a guaranteed that they will build affordable housing and keep the hospital up and running. I was born there, and it also provides jobs for all the healthcare workers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daniel Malouf. And then after Daniel Malouf, we have Kimberly Abalos.
Thank you. So my name is Daniel Malouf. Thank you for having me. I work in the cardiac cath lab at Seton Medical Center, and today I'm not just speaking for myself, but also for the many employees who are concerned with the state of the hospital. I want to make clear that at this time we are opposed to any rezoning proposals for the reasons I'm about to mention. In my 25 years of working in the cath lab, I have not seen this much reduction of our services until HMC took over a few years ago. Currently, our emergency heart program, or STEMI program, is suspended and has been for 8 months. In my many years working in the cath lab, not once did we ever stop being a STEMI receiving center or lose our certification. Just to keep things in perspective, not too long ago, we were doing close to 40% of the emergency hearts in San Mateo County. But that is not all. I remember under our previous two owners, whenever we had equipment that needed to be replaced or repaired, it was done so in a timely manner. Furthermore, we never had issues with credit holds or getting the supplies we needed for our doctors until AHMC took over. And even though many of these credit holds have been addressed and some equipment repaired and replaced, it was done so because HMC was pressured both internally by the employees and doctors and externally by our elected officials. Seton used to once be a thriving hospital in this community that drew patients from all over, and now some in this community think it's going to close, while others do not even know it's still open. I understand AHMC wants to invest its money in other projects, but the question I have is, what about our hospital? I, including many of the employees at Seton Medical Center, are opposed at this time to any rezoning proposals without any conditions in place to keep the hospital functioning as an acute care facility that serves the needs of our community. This includes the aforementioned and the restarting of the STEMI program and critical services. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Abalos. And then we have Gordon Moore.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Aberlos. I'm a respiratory therapist at Seton, and I've been there for about almost 3 years. I'm opposed to the rezoning around Seton Medical Center at this point in time. For one, we don't even know if the hospital is going to be open in 18 months, and the community needs that hospital. And number two, adding this housing development would most likely be taking away from the already declining resources we have at Seton. We have elevators that do not work and have not worked the entire time I have been there, meaning we have to take patients outside of the hospital just to get them to an MRI. These are patients in beds. These are patients on ventilators. My department, the respiratory, is waiting on new ventilators for our long-term care unit because the ones we are using work, but they are at the end of their run, meaning if there is a problem, you're not going to go to the company to get a new replacement part or whatever. If we are struggling now, how is AHMC going to be able to fix the hospital and put resources towards housing? How about we upgrade the hospital before adding more to an already full plate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Manello and council members. My name is Gordon Marr. I'm here representing the National Union of Healthcare Workers. And I'm also here sort of with our members who've been dedicated caregivers at Seton Hospital in many cases for decades and most of their professional life. And like all of you, and I think most of the community here in Daly City, our number one concern is ensuring that this incredibly important community hospital stays open and continues to serve the Daly City community and also broader. It serves a lot of folks from San Francisco as well. So we do have a lot of questions about the proposed rezoning of the Seton parcels, and specifically how changing from hospital use to high-density residential use, and how that will impact the future of our irreplaceable community hospital. As you know, the future of Seton Hospital is really unclear and cloudy beyond 2025 when the conditions of the Attorney General's approved agreement expire. As you also know, I think the Attorney General's office, Attorney General Bonta, I should say, because I know you guys have a direct connection with him, he's filed a lawsuit recently against AHMC for being out of compliance with those conditions when they closed the emergency department at Seton Coastside and also cut back critical services at Seton Medical Center in Daly City. So one of the remedies that Attorney General Bonta is seeking in his lawsuit is extending out the sunset date for the conditions beyond December 2025, so we can be assured that Seton is going to continue to serve the community for years to come. So again, I'm glad we have a 2-week continuance for there to be further discussion about this, particularly how this rezoning impacts the future of the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadhna Devi? Sadhna Devi and then Rose Augustin.
Rose Augustin isn't here anymore.
Okay, thank you.
We can pass Sadhna Devi.
Huh?
We can pass Sadhna Devi.
Okay, Leilani Manuta.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. First, I want to say thank you for the support that many of you have given to our union. My name is Leilani Manuta, and I proudly work with Seton Medical Center workers, and we've been in this long contract campaign to ensure that we continue to get health benefits and security here at work, and it's something that we were able to achieve with you all, and the continued support is immense. A concern that we have today is that if AHMC continues to develop on the land around us and this land is rezoned, there's no accountability that they will continue to take care of these workers and the community that is here in Daly City. After 2025, when the Attorney General's agreement expires, there's no saying that they can't do something to our hospital and take away these resources from our workers, from our city, and from my own family. My family has gone to Seton for as long as I can remember. My family is still here in Daly City, and it's an immense community resource. We can't afford to see someone who came into our hospital and treated it as an opportunity to make profit, try and profit off of our communities and not provide affordable, sound housing. There's no guarantee that they would do that either, as we've heard from folks from our partners here from Faith in Action. We're asking that if there needs to be some kind of rezoning or there's a change of this land, that there's a level of accountability to AHMC to continue to provide resources to our communities in the form of an acute care facility and other health resources. It's not something that we can afford to lose. And I don't trust AHMC yet to continue to provide those things if we allow the land to be rezoned and they develop other things and not commit to the hospital.
Thank you. Queen Fabia.
Hi, I'm Queen. I'm one of the nurses at Seton Medical Center, and I'm part of Seton for how many years? I cannot even count. I just want you guys to know, and the people around here, the HMC, I'm happy to be part of HMC, but this rezoning, we don't approve. I'm speaking for everybody at the hospital. I'm speaking for you guys, because you need hospitals, right? And if they approve this, and I read the letter of AHMC, it says we are hospital, and they're planning to do this, how many units, dwelling, ADUs, garages, how many buildings up, it's if he talks, it's hard to understand. But I'm speaking in English so you can really understand that if this happens, hospital and hotel in the HMC letter approve that. Do you want together in a wellness center? It's good for students, just like it's been proposed before even after the COVID, when COVID happens, when there was only 3 of us here. But with a hotel, please don't do this, okay? I plead you not to do this. I know it's good for us, the hospital, but think twice before you sign.
Thank you. Robert Perez.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I am duly impressed with how well you take care of the gateway of the peninsula. It truly is a gateway. I've practiced here over 35 years. I've probably operated on half the people that are sitting here. And I was up there 5 years ago when I helped bring in AHMC to this arena to help build this hospital and make it a 5-star Medicare rated hospital. And I worked very hard to get them, and there were other bidders for this, but I went down there, spoke with them in detail, and they promised a 5-star Medicare rated hospital. This is a very important rating for all the members that come in here. We are the individuals that take care of these vulnerable immigrants that come in here. To see a Spanish month being dedicated, a Filipino month being dedicated, pretty soon it'll be a Chinese month being dedicated. I'm thrilled to see how well you take care of these vulnerable individuals that live here and ultimately end up prospering and making this even a greater city. My concern is that these people are being sued by the Department of Justice because they made this 4-star hospital a 1-star hospital. That's a huge problem. Most of the physicians, my colleagues, have major difficulties practicing there, and including me. I don't have a breast cancer center that's efficient any longer. It's devastating to the community. The long of the short is that I'm very concerned that these AHMC people will not live up to the word of what they're saying they're going to do with this person is proposing, and we're going to get screwed. So please think twice about signing.
Thank you very much. I think that's all the public comment I have. Is there any more? Okay. Oh.
I would like to give my 2 minutes to Dr. Perez again, if he would like to speak.
Okay, you give your 2 minutes to him. Go ahead, Dr. Perez.
Saved my life.
Yes.
I owe him.
This hospital could be a 5-star hospital easily with commitment from these owners. Their commitment is elsewhere, though. I'm sad to say that. I probably made a mistake 5 years ago. But at that time, the hospital, as you recall, was in full-on bankruptcy. So, they seemed to be, and they said all the right words, 5-star hospital, we're going to give you the latest in equipment. Unfortunately, we don't even have elevators at work. The cardiologists here, which used to be the best cardiology group in the world 10 years ago here, now we don't have a cath lab, like he said. It's devastated. And many of my colleagues can't work there anymore. Dr. Feeney, Dr. Milhouse, all these really great individuals who used to do wonderful work that made the difference for these people. So my concern is I dealt with them on a business level in the past, and they're very slick. They hire the best. And these people, they are well-meaning. And I'm not opposed to developing Southgate. I think that's a great place to develop, and maybe one other place, but not around the hospital. The hospital has fallen into major decay. They don't treat the most important asset, which is the nurses and everybody else involved in there. And if you have those sort of individuals that are treating these individuals, the cornerstone to what makes our hospital great, I think their veracity is truly at question. And again, I do represent many of the physicians. I got reelected to come back to be president of the medical staff. I am now the acting president-elect. So, and I don't represent everybody. There's a few people that think that this is going to be the greatest thing to have it developed. But, the vast majority don't want them there. Thank you.
Is there one more public comment? You could come up for Wendy Cruz. I don't have that one, but yeah.
I'm going to interpret.
Okay. But just submit one. I don't have it. Madam City Clerk, do you have it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sí, buenas noches. Como dijo, mi nombre es Wendy Cruz. Soy líder de Fe en Acción. Esta noche, escuchando, los preocupamos por esta situación que no nos garantiza que van a construir casas asequibles.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wendy Cruz. I am a leader of Faith in Action. Today we are here because we are worried about the situation because it does not guarantee that they will construct affordable housing.
Para nuestra comunidad que está sufriendo con el aumento de renta, como residente de la comunidad necesitamos abierto también nuestro hospital.
So it will not guarantee that they will construct affordable housing for our community that is suffering under high rents and rent increases. And as a resident of this community, we need an open hospital where, sorry, that's where she's at.
Como comentó mi hija anterior, ella fue nacida allí. Me da gusto que nació aquí en Daly City. Pues nomás solo queremos asegurar que haya una garantía para cuando sea esa construcción.
So like my daughter mentioned, she was born there and I was really happy to give birth to her there. But we need a guarantee or some kind of consideration that if there is construction.
Y como acabamos de escuchar, como sabemos que un futuro del hospital es tener que funcionar bien y con el amor para el equipo de trabajadores y para el equipo necesario del hospital.
So if there would be instruction that we can assure that there's a guarantee for low-income housing, and just as we've heard from our other companions here, that there will be a future also for the hospital to function well with the love of the workers and to have the necessary equipment.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Are there any more public comments? Go ahead, and I'll be closing it after this. Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Rita Bocanegra. I'm a leader with Faith in Action Bay Area. What I heard today is empty promises and a suffering community. We're the gateway to the peninsula, and we don't even have the lifeline, the correct type of lifeline. It's diminishing there. And when I hear luxury apartments, it confirms that I won't be able to afford to live there. I live across the street, and there's not enough options. And that to have this built just means that I'm going to have one less option. My main concern is, aside from housing, is the lifeline of this hospital. I live down the street. I have 3 children. I'm a single parent of 3 children. That lifeline has to be 100% guaranteed. And if they're failing the nurses and the community already, they're failing us even more by building this type of luxury apartments. So please, I oppose it. I speak for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we will be moving on to further discussion. I think I've said it earlier today at the preface of the presentation that I do think that we need more time. And I feel strongly to move this item to the next meeting that we have, which is, and first and foremost, I want to thank every one who came up for public comment on this item. But I said it earlier today that it's important for us to have more time in regards to this particular item, which is a huge document. And for those that are watching in the audience, we are mandated by the state to have this housing element approved. It's not something that we actually can push down the line, because in order for us, and just to be very clear, to receive funding for infrastructure like roads and for actually affordable housing, the state has, and every jurisdiction has to approve this housing element that they have shared with us today. And we are actually a bit behind. I mean, it's a very large project, and I know our staff has been working really hard and had to hire even an outside consultant to help really put this plan together. And so with that, there's so many parts to it, because we know we're kind of tied from the state where we need to approve this document. But as you can see and hear, we could have moved forward with it at the last meeting, but we continued it to this meeting because of some of the same questions you all have that, around the particular land use change around the hospital. So I think it's prudent for us to move this item at our next council meeting, where there was also a letter that was sent to planning from the landowners in order to have a presentation and further understanding on what the plans are for those parcels. But we also, as a body, will be also deciding, because there's so many levers, and just to give you all an understanding, that's what kind of the state has done. They've created this mandate that we need to have this document that says, this is how many housing, medium income, low income housing you as a city needs to provide, and it has to show a plan. And as Mr. Van Leekhuizen mentioned, that there was an approach to the city stating that they wanted to do this type of housing. I think we need further questions. It's a lot. We have questions, and I think there's an opportunity to hear directly from both the potential developer and landowner in a couple of weeks. And so with that, I move this item to our next meeting, which will be on November 12th. So I move to continue this item to November 12th because November 11 is Veterans Day. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. May we have roll call, please?
Point of order.
Councilmember Sylvester, go
There's
ahead.
a motion on the floor and it has been seconded. And generally, you shouldn't take a vote until everyone has had a part to take part in the discussion. So I was
Councilmember
patient
Sylvester, I did allow
for
for
you to
conversation
continue your
earlier. Hold on.
conversation. So subsequently,
Councilmember Sylvester, if you
make
may,
a
there
comment.
was conversation earlier, and I think everyone in the audience, I allowed for
Point of
conversation
order.
earlier. So I
I will
wanted to.
defer to the city attorney. A motion has been made. Everyone should be allowed to have
I don't
discussion
mind
on the
having.
motion.
I
Thank you.
don't, okay. I'm not saying you don't allow conversation. I did allow for conversation earlier, and everyone heard that. When we were in, you had your questions asked from staff. So we did have conversation earlier, an opportunity to discuss. So I just want point of clarification to that regard. Madam City Attorney. So if you'd like to say further discussion, please do. But please, I did allow you for your questions earlier
You
today.
allowed comment from myself prior to a motion being made. Now that a motion has been made, I would like for it to be discussed. That is what I call point of order on.
And Councilmember Sylvester, there's a way to conduct that. So in that respect, I think we've been very cordial on this dais. And in that, so Councilmember Sylvester, your comments. There's a first and a second, please.
Thank you very much. According to the Housing Element Plan, which is mandated by the state, we are 1,682 units short. Presented to us this evening, there's approximately, I think, 4 different areas that require rezoning, one of which happens to be Seton Hospital. From what I've heard tonight, we would like to allow the folks from AGI, who's the developer, to come in and further discuss and answer questions as to what they plan to build. That I have heard the last time they were here. What I heard this evening was various issues pertaining to Seton Hospital, such as the reduction of services, equipment repair, declining resources, and taking care of the workers. Now, I also know that AHMC, and to which Dr. Perez, I appreciate your comments, because you said you helped negotiate to bring AHMC into the fold with the thought that Seton Hospital will become a 5-star hospital. You later on go to say that perhaps you may have been incorrect or wrong in doing so, because as far as you're concerned, Seton Hospital has gone downhill, and in some cases, you can probably classify them as a 1-star hospital. I get it. I understand. And basically, that is what life is all about. You learn from your experiences. But I do also know when AHMC stepped in to take over Seton Hospital was in bankruptcy. And for AHMC to purchase Seton Hospital, they had to comply with certain conditions via the state of California to provide services, if I'm not mistaken, until 2025. And when the conditions started to go downhill, then that's where we called upon the AG, the Attorney General, to come back at Seton Hospital and say, hey, you promised this. What I didn't hear tonight also was that Seton Hospital has been hemorrhaging close to $5 million a month. I am no business person, but I can tell you $5 million a month is not sustainable. And the way you can combat that is to reduce costs, either reduce labor, reduce services. I'm not for the reduction of the very important tools that are needed for the workers to conduct the job that they do. So we're asking AHMC to come in along with AGI to answer some questions. What kind of questions would we be asking AHMC or AGI in the development process of this issue? Will you guarantee increasing of service? That's not part of the housing element. Will you guarantee fixing all the equipment? That's not part of the housing element. And there's one other issue here, and Mr. Lunghausen, I would ask you, according to the housing element plan, is there a certain allotment for low affordable housing, median housing included in the housing element?
Well, the housing element makes assumptions about the affordability levels based on the density that's proposed.
So,
but in reality, the city, any development would be subject to the city's inclusionary zoning law.
Would be subject to the city's?
It would be, affordable
Okay.
housing ordinance. Mhm.
So 851 units plus 179 comes out to 1,030. If we were to apply the city's housing ordinance, how much of that should be considered, just a rough number, how much of that should be considered low income or 80% of the AMI and et cetera?
The affordability, inclusionary ordinance would require 10% of the units to be affordable if it's rental. There is an opportunity for them to pay a fee based on a square footage that would be the cost of replacing the units. That would go to the city's housing trust fund that could be used to fund affordable housing developments in Daly City.
Okay, so just as on a conservative, what if they're all rentals and 10% of 1,030 is 103 units?
That is correct.
And if they did not want to provide those units, they would have to pay another fee.
That is the equivalent of
Which is the
providing the units through the city. So I believe it's a square footage fee, $46 per square foot. I think it's about $46 per square foot.
Okay, $46 a square foot. All right, so in either, what I'm getting at is they will have to provide that, or else they're going to have to pay.
Right. Those are the minimums with the current.
Those are the minimums. Okay, great. Thank you. So that answers the question about low and affordability housing. Is anywhere in the housing element plan, does it say luxury apartments?
There is nowhere in the housing element where it mentions luxury apartments.
No mention of luxury apartments?
The word's not used, no.
All right, thank you. All right, so with all that being said, I am in deep concern about the possibility of the city putting themselves in jeopardy for not providing a clear and complete and approved housing element. Now, I want to be optimistic that perhaps we can get this in under the wire, but given the facts that I have here in front of me, I can't really be optimistic, and I prefer not to take that chance. My comments, thank you very much.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment, Councilmember Sylvester, and I'll get to you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. I think that as I mentioned earlier from the beginning of my comments, that it is important for us, and we are mandated by the state to have a housing element approved. It is actually not necessarily something that we're doing as a city. It's actually a document for us, and they have put on some restrictions, or how would I say, if we don't approve this, there is funding that we won't receive, right? I mentioned that earlier. And so I think with my colleagues, we're not looking at this document and approving it right off the bat, or else we would have done it last meeting, right? And so we continued the item so that we could have continued further presentation from our staff, but also there is also an urgency to approve this because of the dollars. And if you can mention how much that would be, and what is tied to this approval. This is a total dollar amount for infrastructure and a total dollar amount for the housing.
Yeah, so the PLHA program for year 4 is $438,000. Year 5 is $336,000. So it changes every year. In addition to that, there are public works dollar figures that range into the multiple millions of dollars, but we don't know that exact amount. And that's per
When you say
year.
multiple million, like how much is that?
And I don't have an exact figure on that. I don't know if the public
But
works
you
director
said
could.
multiple millions.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I think it's important for us to have, I think, a couple more weeks for this, but yet understanding the constraints that we're going to have around timing. But I am looking at, as mentioned, I think right now we have a second for the continuation. We're going to move into discussion if you can wait shortly, council member. And I think that's why it's important. And I think today we also were able to hear directly from those in the audience that spoke, which I really appreciate the commentary of those from healthcare individuals from Seton Hospital. But I think what is being stated here is that the housing element is a large document that is required from the state here. And I look at the continuance as an opportunity for us to have more information. I know what was brought up is what is required as far as affordable housing when this is approved by Councilmember Sylvester. But I think that those pieces are very important for us to see. And I know it's in that large document, but if there's any way staff could put a projected kind of projected data points, particularly around this site. I think that would be helpful. And I think having the landowner and then also the potential developer here will be helpful as well. Because I know that right now there are questions in regards to the housing, and that can't be answered without them being present today. And so I think there's going to be further discussion and questions. And I think it's prudent for us to do so, understanding that we're going upon a deadline. But and that, Council Member DiGiovanni, and then Councilmember Perano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to bring up something that we currently know that the AG is in the process, has filed a lawsuit against AHMC, correct? And among that, because they violated the conditions, part of that condition is called an asset purchase agreement. In that asset purchase agreement, I'm not even sure if we are allowed to rezone, because in that asset purchase agreement, which is still standing and is part of that lawsuit of violating the conditions, is it is zoned. They purchased it with the hospital zoning, if you'll follow me. So that means in that lawsuit, it is still seen, that document, if it's in there, that if it's the asset purchase agreement, which has all the conditions that each line item that Rob Bonta approved when we all went into that, right, until 2025. If it's still in there that when they purchased that agreement, and it's in there as hospital zone, how can we, if it's in litigation, redo any rezoning if it's in litigation? And that document is a part of that litigation because that's the one they violated. That is what is in question. They closed down the COSI without asking the AG. They closed down, they brought over the patients. They closed the 10th floor. I mean, the cath lab went. I mean, all kinds of things which are laid out in the complaint. So that's my question. And I would like to maybe, I don't even know if we ask the AG, because it is currently the asset purchase agreement, which is that document which is in question, that the violation, which has hospital zone in that thing. It doesn't allow, may not even allow us to rezone that property because it's in litigation at that level of the Attorney General. So that is a big question for me. I was thinking about it earlier today, and if the AG is there in litigation, then we should wait till the litigation at least rolls out before we even can think about doing anything. I don't think we can. So that's a question I'd like to, if the city attorney or whomever contact the AG, and it's a document in those conditions with hospital zoning. So how can we take that document and we change it? We can't, because it's in litigation. So that's my question, and I'll leave it on the table, and hopefully we'll have more information then. But that asset purchase agreement is key, and it's in litigation right now under AHMC and the violations that it did, and it says hospital zone, all those parcels. So I don't really think that we can rezone it. Then we have to go to Plan B to find those units. But I think we need to find out if we're even able to legally rezone it, because it's in litigation as hospital zone. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much. In regards to the hospital zoning, I know that was one of the initial key resolutions that we did in 2018. When I was mayor, that was one of the resolutions to ensure that as a body, we keep the hospital land use. So that was really intentional to make sure that whoever in the future would purchase, or have the idea of purchasing that land, it would remain hospital, right? And so right now, just to be very clear, the hospital, just to be very clear for those watching, the main hospital is going to remain hospital use. Now, what is being proposed is that the parcels around it. Now, we're not.
That is in the purchase agreement, those parcels. That's my point. Not what you did as the land use for the main hospital. That's separate.
No. Councilmember
No, with all due respect, you got to be clear about it to the people.
I'm sorry, I'm talking and then you're not letting me continue. You're interrupting. I'm talking about what we did in 2018. I don't think you were on city council that time. So please respect me speaking and not interrupting me. I don't interrupt you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Please. So I just want to have some clarification in regard to that the hospital use at that time was intentional to make sure whoever purchases it, that it doesn't go to Google. It doesn't go. So we put those safeguards during that time. Now, fast forward, we're here. This is this is a time and place. That's why I think we have further discussion right away. If you go to our council meeting 2 weeks ago, I think it was in unison that we wanted to understand more in depth what it meant when these parcels surrounding the hospital are going to be changed, right? Or if they're going to be changed. We haven't approved the housing element yet. We're at this stage now. And so I think that's why it was important to move through the public hearing today. But I do think that, the questions, we'll look into it, City Attorney. I hear you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. There's other questions on here. I think at this point, we all love Seton Hospital. There's some in the audience earlier that was born in Seton Hospital. My grandma got saved from lung cancer from Seton Hospital. I think in unison, we want the hospital to thrive and we want it to remain in our community, but it has to be a hospital that is thriving, right? And so we need to hear also, and I think that's where we're at. We need to understand there is litigation at this time. And so with that in place, we know that there is a lawsuit. And so we need to, I think we need to continue this item because we have to in regards to this overall housing element plan. But there's many other pieces that I'm hearing today that are coinciding with the parcels obviously owned by AHMC. But for now, I think there's questions in regards to that, which is something with the Attorney General. But at this juncture, I think what we need to do is move this item to our special meeting so that we would have further discussion and also have staff look into other alternatives. So if it's feasible. Councilmember Prano.
Thank you. We would be amiss if we proceeded without recognizing the people that came through to tell us about the needs of the hospital, about the workers, about the cath lab, about the elevators, and that's something that we're listening to as well. I'm new to the dais, so I'm going to be asking, what it is that we can do to bring that to the forefront as well, and to hear the concerns of those who work to make Seton great. So I want to, my words are, we're listening as well. And we have all these other things, but we are hearing what you said. And we appreciate you taking the time and letting us know what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, no.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Mayor, is it November the 12th, right?
The meeting will be on November 12th, a special meeting, because November 11 is Veterans Day.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 16, use permit UPR-4-24-16495. A&J Auto Vehicle Storage, 5951 5955 Mission Street.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The next item before you this evening is a use permit to allow vehicle storage at 5951 and 5955 Mission Street. Excuse me. The subject property is located on the south side of Mission Street between Templeton Avenue and Acton Street. The proposal is to use the two adjacent vacant tenant spaces for storage of vehicles that have already had bodywork and painting completed and are waiting for customer pickup. A&J Auto Body currently operates across the street at 5900 Mission Street in San Francisco. Automotive-related businesses currently operate on either side of the subject site. The applicant plans to store up to 10 vehicles in the two adjacent tenant spaces.
Oh, wow.
Here are some exterior photos of the existing building. It has been vacant for a number of years. It appears that it was previously used as a retail store. The Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal under the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and has determined that the project is exempt as an existing facility. The Planning Commission found that the subject use is consistent with the general plan and the commercial mixed-use standards, and together with the provisions for its design and operation, would not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare to the neighborhood. The Planning Commission has added several conditions of approval to ensure that vehicle storage would not adversely impact neighboring businesses or the residences abutting the site to the rear. The Planning Commission recommends that the City Council approve use permit UPR 424-16495. And this completes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Pelland. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing no questions, it seems very straightforward for this item. Motion to approve the item.
So moved.
Okay, I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 17, use permit UPR-6-24-16537 adult daycare at 6835 Mission Street. And once again, Mr. Polland.
The next item before you is also a use permit, and this is to allow an adult daycare to operate at 6835 Mission. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of Mission Street and Gambetta Street. The applicant, M2GN, proposes to use the 6,000 square foot vacant tenant space, formerly Kellymore Paint Store, as an adult daycare, serving adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The facility would operate weekdays between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. and would serve between 18 to 35 program participants. Although the PD 51 zoning requires retail uses in the Mission Plaza Shopping Center, the zoning ordinance allows uses other than those allowed in PD zones, subject to use permit approval by the Planning Commission and City Council. This retail requirement was established when the center was constructed to ensure that the shopping center was economically vital and that retail users would interact with each other and together provide a greater range of goods and services to residents patronizing the center. The planning division staff communicated this zoning limitation to the property owner in early conversations about potential users. While the owners spend a significant amount of time attempting to lease the building to a retail user, this effort was unsuccessful. For this reason, the planning division has been willing to consider the proposed non-retail use. In consideration of the use permit, the Planning Commission found that the proposed use will not have an adverse effect on surrounding properties. Transportation for program participants to and from the site and for community outings will be provided by staff in 2 accessible vans, which will be securely parked on site when not in use. Staff for the facility, which is anticipated to be between 10 and 18 adults, would also park in the spaces immediately fronting on the freestanding building. The parking demand created by the proposed use would be approximately the same as a retail use in the 6,000 square foot building. Approximately 20 spaces would be required for a retail use. The site plan with overlaid floor plan shows the location of the freestanding building and the available on-site parking. Also shown are the proposed interior tenant improvements. The exterior photos show the existing building and parking area located at the northwest corner of the shopping center parcel. The Planning Commission has reviewed the proposal under the requirement of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and has determined that the project is exempt as an existing facility. The Planning Commission finds that although the PD 51 zoning requires retail uses in the Mission Plaza Shopping Center, the zoning ordinance allows uses other than those allowed in PD zones, subject to the use permit approval by the Planning Commission and City Council. The property owners spend a significant amount of time attempting to lease the building to a retail user, and this effort has been unsuccessful. The project is exempt from CEQA per section 15301, existing facilities. The Planning Commission recommends that the City Council approve use permit UPR 624-16537. And this completes the presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pelland. Are there any questions from my colleagues on this?
I just have one quick question. I
Vice Mayor.
think my question is, why this location?
So I think when we had the applicant speak at the Planning Commission, that they selected this location. It's a day facility. They don't have overnight stay, and the participants in the program are recommended by the state office, and they are focusing on people that are within a 30-minute radius of the property. So it would serve Daly City residents, but also residents of adjacent communities.
And they would have to transform the space, right, for permitting, just for those type of services?
They would need to get tenant improvement permits from the building division, and it would be subject to EDA requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see the project sponsor wants to come up and provide more detail. I think that would be helpful. Right. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and everybody. So the question is, why is that location? Mm-hmm. It is for us, very strategic because we have 5 locations now, adult daycare center in other places. And when we look at the site that we are going to have a daycare center, we look for a not secluded site that our participant can also go out in the community, can enjoy, shopping as well, can be with the, in the community to really go out there and have also some fun and do the things that we can do as well.
Good evening, everybody. So the goal of our day program is to provide community access to our individuals with intellectual disability, for them to feel that they are still part of the community even though they have this kind of disability. So Mary Beth and I've been working with the day programs with this kind of individuals for 8 years, and she's been serving individuals for 17 years. And we have chosen that specific area in the Mission Plaza because it is similar to the same day program that I have served for 8 years, which is accessible for everything, Daly City. Also, when we were here initially during the council meeting, when we were applying for the use permit, we were asked if we can also serve individuals within the Daly City, or we are focused with other individuals around the city. But the state, for us to be able to provide for us to be able to get the license, is to serve individuals within 30 minutes of the location. So we are also happy to provide services for those individuals within Daly City, because our day program, if it's okay to mention, we have couples in South San Francisco, South City. And we are actually in full capacity. And we have individuals who lives in Daly City, and we are providing services in South San Francisco. And they are happy that we are now providing. We are in a process of hopefully opening one in Daly City, and we are also have we have few or many that on our wait list who lives in Daly City, that we wanted to provide services as well.
Great, thank you. What is the name of your organization?
The company name is M2GN Incorporated, but we are doing business as Real Day Services. It's an adult day program.
Thank you. I know I was going to say if this was the old paint store located right there by Lucky's.
Lucky's.
I see. I think that was a great question, Vice Mayor, why the location in regards to that, because I'm hearing from them how they want to incorporate, just having some normal activities that's close by. I can see because there's Starbucks there, and then they have
Jollibee.
Jollibee. Yeah, there's so many eateries, and and so Jollibee. So many, so many choices to choose from in that area. I mean, right now that location is vacant, and I always it's always just a sore to see something being underutilized. And it's definitely something that I hear from all of you that you're passionate about, helping, having a adult daycare in the community, and hearing that there is a need in our city here in Daly City, and that some of the patrons that you have from our community have to travel all the way to South San Francisco. I was just literally looking at that site the other day, and I didn't know that you all were going to lease it already, because it says for lease. And I remember, there's other community members looking, we're looking for, similarly to what you just said, like a place for older adults or adult daycare. And I was like, oh, look, there's this place right here. I took a photo of it, or had my husband take a photo of it. My phone is not working correctly, but it's really amazing to see that there's something much more closer to, so that timeline-wise, so that that's not an empty building and for good use. And so Thank you for that clarification on the use and also why obviously we have to change it from a paint store to having the use for adult daycare. But having these community centers are so important, especially, is there one in Daly City? Do you know of?
There is, but it's not for, from what I know, it's not for a medically fragile clients. It's more on a employment and behavioral day program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is more like around having that care, them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this was very helpful that I saw you in SHUP. I said, have the project sponsor explain, so there's further detail in regards to what the program is. And so thank you. Council Member
Thank you, Mayor.
Giovanni.
I just can't say enough about adult daycare. It just tells the needs that we have in our population, that the unseen people who really need a quality place, like you said, engaging in the, and it seems like there's a lot of light, a lot of windows.
Yes.
And there's no disposable, Mr. Palin, is there, where they had paint disposables before or anything like that? So the space is adequate in that manner for them? And then I don't know if you have to do a build out, but I just think some things fall in line. I'm a believer in that. And when you were looking for a space and it's in the Mission Plaza, and we don't have to go through the whole food thing, but we all know where the food is. But I thank you for being here, and I think to do that, you have to have a big heart and a compassion, and which is really needed, especially for those adults. People, we do focus on the children, and we do focus on the elders that need to go to the nursing home. But where are they, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's more, but thank you for what you do. I look forward to it's going to be a happy place for them, so they can have quality of life in Daly City. And for you as well, welcome. And I total support. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none at this point, item number 17.
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve item number 17. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Actually, this is a resolution. May we have roll call, please?
Mr. Giovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye, thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to number 18, award of construction contract for Skyline Slurry Seal and Westmore Avenue and West Ridge Avenue intersections quick build project. Director Chu.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Ms. Shirley Chan. She'll be doing the presentation.
Thank you, and Ms. Shirley Chan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Tonight, staff is requesting the award of the construction contract for the Skyline Slurry Seal and Westmore Avenue and West Ridge intersection quick build project. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the design documents for the Skyline Slurry Seal and Westmore Avenue and West Ridge Avenue intersection quick build project, affirm the California Environmental Quality Act determination of categorical exemption, accept all responsive bids, and award a construction contract for bid Schedule A and bid Schedule B to VSS International of West Sacramento, California, in the amount of $3,516,784.75, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. Some background to the project. Since 1998, Daly City Public Works has undertaken a street pavement preventative maintenance program. The cornerstone of this program is an annual slurry seal project as it's the single most cost-effective means to preserve a pavement's condition and reduce long-term pavement operations and maintenance costs. Bless you. In January 2023, City Council accepted $168,000 of Measure W grant funds from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority's Congestion Relief and Transportation Demand Management Program for the Westmore Avenue and West Ridge Avenue intersection quick build project. The Skyline Slurry Seal and Westmore Avenue, West Ridge Avenue intersection quick build project will slurry seal approximately 12 and a half miles of city streets in the Skyline area and install striping and channelize vehicular traffic to improve pedestrian crossings along Westmore Avenue from Avalon Drive to Southgate Avenue and along West Ridge Avenue from Skyline Drive to Southgate Avenue. The construction bid documents were prepared in-house by engineering staff with the help of engineering interns. The project was advertised on July 21st, and 3 bids were received on August 14th, 2024, with bids ranging from approximately $3.5 to $3.7 million. Determination of the lowest responsible bidder was based on the lowest combined total of bid schedule A and bid schedule B. The bids and the engineer's estimate are summarized in the staff report. VSS International of West Sacramento, California, was determined to be the lowest responsive bidder. It has been in business since 1974. It holds the required Class A contractor's license, which is current and in good standing. The contractor's references for work performed for other public agencies are acceptable, including the County of San Mateo and City of Vacaville. The contractor also successfully completed Daly City's 2020-2021 Ceremony Slurry Seal and Daly City Crosswalk Enhancement Project in 2022. If the project is awarded as recommended, the construction is anticipated to start in November 2024 and be completed in May of 2025. The total estimated construction cost for the Skyline Slurry Seal and Westmore Avenue, West Ridge Avenue intersections quick build project is $4.167 million, which includes the $3.5 million construction contract and $650,000 for construction contingency, inspection, and administration. Approximately $3.38 million is available in the transportation CIP project accounts, Skyline Slurry Seal and the Westmore Avenue and West Ridge Avenue intersection quick build, sanitation project account, and water fund project accounts, 8792-617 and 41-385-617. An additional $783,560.16 above the previously allocated funds is needed to fully fund the project. This action would transfer $400,000 of unexpended funds from the 2020-21 street resurfacing account 17-312-580, $822.16 of unexpended funds from the 2022-23 street resurfacing account 17-312-919 and $228,738 of unexpended funds from the Ceremony Slurry Seal account 17-312-619. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council approve the design documents for the Skyline Slurry Seal, Westmore Avenue, West Ridge Avenue intersection quick build project, affirm the secret determination of categorical exemption, approve all responsive bids, and award a construction contract for bid schedule A and bid schedule B to VSS International of West Sacramento, California, in the amount of $3,516,784.75, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shirley Chen, for the presentation. It was so thorough because I was going to ask the question around, have we used this contractor before? And you did mention that we have utilized them in the past. Can you explain, I think, just a little bit more clearly on how we are able to determine what sites or areas within Daly City which needs kind of the slurry seal kind of treatment? Like how does that work? And are you on a schedule, or is it more on the determinant being the roads itself?
So the slurry seal program is a 7-year program. And so the city is divided into 7 neighborhoods.
Okay.
So every 7 years, we come back to the same neighborhood.
Ah, thank you. That's really great. So I just it would be helpful also for those watching in the audience to know why certain areas are being done and versus other areas. And so that it's actually a 7-year program, and that eventually they'll get to each of the other neighborhoods, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So last time we slurry sealed this Sermani neighborhood, and then this time we're slurrying the Skyline neighborhood. And then the next one should be Westlake.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Prano.
Thank you so much. So we are understanding this is slurry seal. When I visited your department, I understand there's different levels of what treatment you can do on a road, depending, excuse me, on what the needs are. So slurry seal is just a seal. I would assume you're going to repair where it needs to be repaired and then put a seal. And that seal lasts for 7 years is what you're explaining?
Yes, Councilmember Parano, thank you for the question. So that is correct in the sense that we have roads that have varying conditions, and some conditions won't warrant a slurry seal. As Shirley mentioned, we do have neighborhoods broken out into 7 areas, and when we get to that particular area, we look at all the streets that are eligible for slurry seal. And slurry seal is, as you mentioned, basically a coating that is applied over the surface of the road. And for the most part, the road needs to be in decent condition to slurry seal it so that you extend the useful life of the road. If the road is in pretty bad condition, it's probably not warranted to slurry seal it, and it would need a more extensive repair. Slurry seal is one of the cheapest methods to extend the pavement life, so we really try to put a lot of effort into not letting the roads get to a point where it's that bad. But with that being said, there are roads that doesn't make sense to slurry seal, and we have to do like a rehabilitation type service.
Another question, or just so that when someone's hearing you're working on roads, and some people don't know, some people are not aware that Mission Street does not belong to the city of Daly City. And I thought this might be a perfect time to, anybody who's listening, to understand that we don't own Mission Street or El Camino. I don't know if you could elaborate just a little.
Yeah, that is correct in the sense that Mission Street is under the state of California, Caltrans. And so for the most part, the streets in Daly City are in pretty good condition. If there is a section that is pretty bad, we would love to take a look at it. More often than not, it's outside of our jurisdiction. But with that being said, we do try to work with Caltrans. We reach out to them, let them know of issues, complaints that we're hearing, and they are working on Mission Street. They do have plans to kind of rehabilitate that section.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions from my colleagues on item number 18, I move to award the construction contract for Skyline Slurry Seal on Westmore Avenue and West Ridge Avenue intersections quick build project. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Thank you very much. Aye.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Moving on to item number 19. Oh, like, there's like two people left in the audience. I mean, item number 19, award of construction contract for San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Guadalupe water main replacement project and St. Francis water main replacement project. And we have Director Chu and
Yes. So I am the Civil Engineering Associate, Alexander Ewan.
Alexander Ewan. Welcome.
So thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the design documents for the San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Guadalupe water main replacement project and the St. Francis water main replacement project. Affirm the CEQA determination of categorical exemption, accept all responsive bids, and award a construction contract for the base bid to Koyos Engineering of San Francisco, California, in the amount of $1,555,242.34. And finally, to authorize the city manager to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. The San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Guadalupe water main replacement project includes the installation of approximately 590 feet of 8-inch polyvinyl chloride, which is PVC, C900 water main along San Diego Avenue between the city limits and Hillcrest Drive. 720 feet of 8-inch PVC along Santa Cruz Avenue between the city limits and Hillcrest Drive, I apologize, and 340 feet of 8-inch PVC along Guadalupe Avenue between San Diego Avenue and Santa Cruz Avenue. The St. Francis water main replacement project includes the installation of approximately 1,100 feet of 8-inch PVC water main along St. Francis Boulevard between Clarinata Avenue and Bellhaven Avenue and Court. The installation of new water mains will address fire flow and aging infrastructure issues in the project area. So a combined total of 2,750 feet of new water main. 7 bids were received for this project on August 29th, 2024, with a low of $1,555,242.34 to a high of $2,632,767.34. The low bidder, Koyos Engineering of San Francisco, California, has been in business since 2021 and holds the required Class A contractor's license, which is in good standing and current. The contractor's references for work performed for other public agencies, such as the City of Benicia, City of Berkeley, and County of Santa Clara, were checked and determined to be satisfactory. If the contract is awarded, construction is anticipated to commence this coming month, November 2024, and be substantially completed by April of 2025. The estimated total construction cost for the San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Guadalupe water main replacement project and the St. Francis water main replacement project is $1.867 million, which includes the $1,555,242.34 construction contract and $311,757.66 for construction contingency, contract administration, and inspection cost. Sufficient funds are available in Water Fund CIP project accounts 41385758 and 41385747. So in summary, staff recommends that City Council approve the design documents for the San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Guadalupe Water Main Replacement Project and the St. Francis Water Main Replacement Project. Affirm the CEQA determination of categorical exemption. Accept all responsive bids and award a construction contract for the base bid to Koyos Engineering of San Francisco, California, in the amount of $1,555,242.34, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. Staff is available to answer any questions from the mayor and city council.
Thank you so much for your presentation on the water main replacement project. I think that many times I've asked this question around how are we able to bid and ensure that there are hyper-local, I think, businesses that we're able to support. And hearing that this business is just in San Francisco, I know that there were times, it would be kind of out of state, but to hear that this is really right next door, I think just helps really build what we talk about when we do really local hire and being able to ensure that that happens within projects that we put out to bid. And so thank you for that. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing no questions from my colleagues at this time, I move the award of construction for San Diego, Santa Cruz, Guadalupe Water Main Replacement and St. Francis Water Main Replacement Project. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. May we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now moving on to number 20.
Oh my gosh.
So it's better that there's seats here, right? And you don't have to stand back up. Okay, item number 20, rejection of bids for the Ceremony Library elevator energy efficiency ADA upgrades, HVAC, and roof replacement project. Director Chu. Oh.
So once again, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Staff recommends that the City Council reject all bids received on October 8th, 2024 for the Ceremony Library elevator, energy efficiency, ADA upgrades, HVAC, and roof replacement project. On May 23rd, 2022, the City Council accepted and appropriated a $2 million California State Library grant for projects proposed at Ceremony Library and at Bayshore Library and Community Center. Of the $2 million, $1.8 million was allocated for the Ceremony Library project. The Ceremony Library elevator, energy efficiency, ADA upgrades, and HVAC and roof replacement project proposes to install an elevator to allow for ADA access to the first floor of the building.
Yes.
Upgrade obsolete and inefficient lighting throughout the first and second floors of the facility to new energy efficient lighting. Remodel the first floor restrooms to further remove accessibility barriers, and replace the HVAC units and built-up roof. On May 22nd, 2023, the City Council authorized a professional services agreement with Interactive Resources for design services of the Ceremony Library project. So on October 8th, 2024, the city received 10 bids for the subject project, ranging from $2,253,000 to $3,265,000. Upon evaluation of the bids and reexamination of the bid instructions, it became apparent that bid instructions were interpreted differently resulting in inconsistent bids. In fairness of all of the bidders and to ensure that the city receives consistent bids that accurately reflect the scope of work, staff recommends the rejection of all bids. If the bids are rejected, staff and the designer will revise the bid documents to clarify the bid instructions and rebid the project. Overall, there are no fiscal impacts associated with this recommendation. The bid package will be reevaluated and re-advertised at a later date. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council reject all bids received on October 8th, 2024 for the Ceremony Library elevator, energy efficiency, ADA upgrades, HVAC, and roof replacement project. Staff is available for any additional questions desired by the mayor and city council members. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have no questions in this regard to my colleagues. Okay, thank you so much. So on item number 20, move to approve rejection of bids for the Ceremony Library elevator energy efficiency, ADA upgrades, HVAC, and roof replacement project.
So move.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next item on appointments, board, commission memberships, and committee appointments. Seeing none from my colleagues. Moving on to our reports for council committee. Council committee reports.
I have one.
Vice Mayor.
So I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting, which was also a retreat day. So we met from like 5:30 to about 9 o'clock, and the whole retreat was about revisiting our strategic plan that was created back in 2016, and looking at the different points of like establishing PCE, establishing programs. They've met, I'd say 100% plus more of all of the goals that they wanted to do. And so we're at a point of what do we want to see for the next 5 years? So PCE hired a consultant called La Piana Consulting, and they came up with a 3-point framework based on organizational, programmatic, and operational. And one of the 3 questions that framed our strategic plan was, what are PCE's procurement priorities, and how do affordability concerns affect those priorities? How can PCE continue to deliver programs and services within an equity framework while also scaling decarbonization? Are there any new or modified lines of business that PCE should engage in to further support decarbonization and electrification in California? So one of the things that I got out of it was kind of like thinking about innovating ways to balance equity and rethink how we can get decarbonization, electrification to all of our customers, especially those that they classified as equity customers. And that's a kind of umbrella term to talk about those that are underprivileged and also privileged communities. And so we're in the middle of creating this strategic plan of revisiting if we need to shift our mission, vision of PCE, or what are some programs that need to be changed, and also operational in terms of different systems that we'll be using. I think one of the other highlights that they do have too is that they hired 3 new staff members that actually take intake calls. So if the people are trying to get homes electrified or changing out, or through their programs, or changing gas stoves, or any of these programs that have to deal with that, they hired 3 people to have part of their operating system for intake. So that's it for now. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Sounds super interesting and I'm glad that you had a productive retreat. That's so awesome. Thank you. Any other city council reports? Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the Airport Land Use Committee, which is under the CCAG. And the purpose of that is to make sure that when projects come before us, like biotech and other cities, to make sure that it doesn't interfere with anything with the landing or any of the takeoffs that are SFO. There's certain guidelines by the FAA, of course, that guide us. But in there's certain scopes that we cannot oversee, that we come in to contact with. So one was a biotech phase 1, phase 2 for San Carlos. And they had to do some modifications, and then, but it was passed for unanimously. And then actually, San Bruno is building a huge Amazon warehouse, and which definitely did not interfere with the SFO airport. But I'm going to tell you, it's pretty huge. So they're using that land over there and utilizing it. So it's pretty interesting what the other cities are doing and to creating revenue and in growth in their cities in a smart growth way. So it's fun to share what ideas that we could have here. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much for your report. Any other reports from my colleagues? Okay, seeing none on council committee reports. Moving on to city council reports. I will start with the 2024 Annual Conference and Expo. I know that Councilmember Sylvester also joined the conference at Long Beach, which really had many helpful topics and speakers in regards to, it's really important to hear what other cities have done as well and see all of the opportunities that is being done. Because, there could be ideas from those cities that we can incorporate into what we do here in Daly City. And so, and also they provide, I think, annual training. You don't need it all the time, but they provide like the ethics training, and then also I think sexual harassment training or workplace harassment training at these at these conferences. And then also I stayed for being the voting delegate on until Friday. And so at that point, the resolution, unfortunately, we were shy of, was it, I think, like 10 people to have a quorum.
Wow.
And so it was really unfortunate, but they still brought up the resolution, and so that people could still, vote. But now the resolution goes back to the board of directors.
Wow.
And people wanted to comment on it, but it was short of having the vote to have public comment. So that resolution went directly to the Cal City's Board of Directors. And then during the convention, I was humbled to join the Cal City's Peninsula Division as treasurer, and under the leadership of Vice Mayor Eddie Flores from South San Francisco. So look forward to working on with and on that board with the Peninsula Division. And then also with the Peninsula Division, there is actually a new liaison that they had hired. And then I came back because that was Friday, and then the next day we had our Top of the Hill Festival, which we had an extensive conversation on early today. But I will say, if it was a nutshell, positive vibes all the way around. And then I want to say again, for the record, I want to thank the staff for turning a vision into reality and for turning Top of the Hill into something that I'm sure many people couldn't imagine because they said, where? I really remember they're like, we couldn't see that way, but it was really well done. And also attended trunk or treat right after. What perfect weather all the way through. I want to say congratulations to Denise and her entire team because it was just so much fun. You know, I saw so much. I saw so many people again. Hey, I just saw you at the top of the hill, and then all of a sudden they were at trunk or treat. So it was a full day of festivities for the children and families, which is really great to have in our community. And then I was really honored to join the celebration at the White House for Filipino American History Month. They had invited about 125 people from all over the nation to celebrate at the White House. And some of the key speakers that were there was retired executive chef Chris Comerford,
Oh, nice.
who had served 5 presidents. She is the first female executive chef, the first Asian, and the first Filipino to serve in that role. She had mentioned some of her experience, and she said, she wouldn't have imagined being able to be in that role, but she had to compete against 496 chefs from around the world.
Oh my God.
And so it was really wonderful to hear her stories directly. I know she did mention if she thought she should have stayed a little longer for the next president. But yeah, she's so humble. And then also there were creatives that were from different parts, such as Jocelyn Enriquez, Patrick Starr. I didn't know who Patrick Starr was until then, and I should have known, but he is actually a digital creator and is now a Filipino brand at Sephora. And it's called One Size Fits All. And he mentioned that his makeup spray sells every 8 seconds.
Damn.
And so from this young person that pursued his artistry in makeup is really phenomenal to see. So there was all different folks, I think also. So it was really great to celebrate Filipino American History Month there. And then when I had returned, I had the honor and to speak at the Commonwealth Club in headquarters in San Francisco about Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander engagement and civic engagement on the local, statewide, and national level during this cycle. So it was really great to be on a panel to speak around what are the trends and around civic engagement, but an opportunity to be there and speak was really wonderful. Then also went to the Think Tank Daly City Business Meetup with the Chamber that was right here at City Hall. So congratulations to the Chamber for putting this together and its members and new members, and just to see that there's an opportunity for folks to spur and put forth ideas. And I know that Council Member Praano was there as well. I also was invited to speak at PH Time Is Now, which really brought in different industries from across the nation around innovation, also around collaboration at UC Berkeley. And so the citrine, there's an institute called the Banatao Citrine Institute, which is really founded by Dado Banatao, who has really been integral in the computer chip that we all use, and is really a story where, you know, he was just from a small town in the Philippines, or they call it, he's like the rags to riches story, because he really came from nothing and was able to build really, we wouldn't have some of the technology that we have today. And so it was really around looking at innovation, how our entrepreneurship, and so that was really great to be part of PH Time Is Now. And then I also spoke, it's a lot, because I think it's Filipino American History Month, spoke on a panel at Sony PlayStation around Filipino American History Month and my experience. And so I also want to thank Sony PlayStation for inviting me to be part of a panel there. Really, really exciting on Friday to see the Kappa Cultural Center open up. I know we had Stephanie here, who's a co-director, to speak on it. But really the idea of having a space and place coinciding with a social enterprise is really the future today. I know that when you talk about community centers and having a place for our youth, but being able to teach them skills around entrepreneurship and being able to have, it's really beautiful. The space is welcoming. It's right there near Holy Angels, across from Walgreens. And they made the space have modular modular shelves so that if they need to reconfigure the space. But I had intentionally brought my daughter, who is 3 years old, to join me because I wanted her to see a space where there were Barbie dolls that reflected her cultural heritage. And when she went in there, she did say, "Mommy, Mommy, look, Barbie." And so that was a moment for me, for her to see a reflection of herself in a safe space. And plus, oh my goodness, they have amazing boba. So they had something called a banana boba drink.
Wow.
And I've never tried anything like it. And so come and support when they fully open. And then also Make a Difference Day. I want to congratulate you, Leilani, for another Make a Difference Day. Every time it just gets smoother and smoother. I remember there were very long lines before, but it's like a quick entrance in. So for those of you watching, you know, if you missed this one, we'll have more in the future. You could bring in your mattress, used tires, electronic e-waste. So we're really doing our part for climate action. And so I had this printer that was 2017. I bought it then. It's not working anymore. Every time I buy ink, it's saying the ink isn't there. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is not worth it. And so it was time to recycle it, put it in the front seat, went through the motion. And also, if you need to shred secure documents, that was also it. Had another bag. So went through the line. It was really smooth. And actually went around it twice, and it was still smooth, so that I could say hi to everyone. But job well done to all the volunteers. We had Make a Difference Day in different parts of the city, which really wonderful. I just got to stop by at Top of the Hill area. There were some youth from Westmore High School, and also from the Glaziers Union.
Yeah.
So really wonderful to see that. And also, I know that also PBRC did their Make a Difference Day, and they cleaned around that area with the Westlake School of Performing Arts. And then lo and behold, the next event I went to was Boo Fest at Westlake School of Performing Arts, because it was right there, and it was really amazing to see a lot of community members. They even had a pet zoo. I was like, wow, yeah, there were like little goats, chickens, and rabbits. I'm like, wow, this like right there in that parking lot. Usually you have to go far away. So that was really, really cute to see. And then, one of the vendors that we used for Top of the Hill Festival, there are the Russ Family Kitchen. They now have a brick and mortar.
Yeah.
And it is in the what gas station?
Gas station.
Exxon station, yes. And I know you're able to join as well, Councilmember Pano. But it was really, they have so much food fusion. And it's really wonderful that they have a place there now. The line was already long. And I think if you're looking at having comfort food, it's definitely the place to go. And then also after that, the ceremony pet Halloween contest. I was a judge for that. And can you believe that there was a cat, 2 cats that were involved, and they just sat there in the little cart and didn't even move. And you're like, wow. It was amazing. I was a judge with Recreation Director Denise Brown. That was really nice. And to see all of the different pets. I mean, so creative. And then after that, huge congratulations to the Daly City Arts and Culture Commission, especially Nancy Rodriguez
Yes.
on, a vision of hers that has now come to reality. Having the inaugural Dia de los Muertos celebration commemoration here at City Hall.
Yes.
Really wonderfully done. And I also want to acknowledge your daughter, Melissa, for bringing in all of the vendors. I think we all supported the vendors that was there. Just beautiful sharing your culture and artisan creations, as well as the food, and of course, the wonderful honor and tributes of all of the cars, and tributes to their families.
Yeah.
It was really, really wonderfully done. And we had the Jefferson High School group also perform. So I say, yes, it's an inaugural one. So I just want to explain. Every time we say inaugural, they're like, is there going to be another one? And I'm like, I think when you say inaugural, you're going, we're going to push for it to continue. And that was really, really beautiful. I got to actually see some of my high school classmates that came over as well. I think you know her. Yeah, Carolina was there as well. But I would say a lot of Jefferson heads were there in celebration commemoration. And then also after that, really phenomenal designer, couture designer Oliver Tolentino was previewing his new line at the Philippine consulate. And so it was just really amazing because Oliver Tolentino is really humble designer, but has, how do you say that, has dressed Oscar award-winning and Emmy award-winning artists. And so he is having some of his dresses, if you want to order from him, it is at the Philippine consulate. I don't know what floor, 3rd, 4th floor, one of those, but for a short while. But it was really a lot of some community members there, just to see the new collection. And then that is the events that I have gone to, but I want to remind everyone about the Art and Lit Fest this upcoming Saturday with the Daly City Public Library Associates, and then also on November 7th Thank you so much for your continued leadership on that, City Manager Tom Piccolotti, for our Veterans Day commemoration. We also, for that day, will be able, is it for certain? Do we have it? No, we don't. Okay, so for a different day, we will be honoring something forthcoming. But for everyone, please join us for the Veterans Day commemoration, 11 a.m. at our Daly City War Memorial. I will now pass it on to Vice Mayor.
Let's see. Let's see. I don't have anything else to report on. You got it.
Okay. Anyone else?
You hit all the highlights.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
She did.
Okay.
She got it.
You got them all, and I would
She did.
doubly congratulate the Art and Culture Commission for an amazing event. That's it.
Yeah, I concur with her that when the mayor expressed how wonderful it was, I think we all felt the same thing, and just the feeling of it was totally incredible. And I know Denise was there, and I'm sure the same thing. We all had smiles. It was like when you walked in with the colors, and we all gravitated to those headbands and the headwear, and it was just so beautifully done, and it's very peaceful and calming. And then the mayor gave an award of 30 years, I believe it was, Mayor, to the car people.
Yes.
And I thought, yeah, that was
No,
commemorative
especially
as
that.
well. And the backs of their trunks, they had the altars, like she was speaking of, with the thing, and just the way it was placed. Everything was placed perfectly. So more of that. That was incredible. Denny, trunk or treat. We talked about Top of the Hill. I mean, there's so many great events that we did. They had the Ilocano weaving at our library, and that Ilocano weaving will be at the Lit Fest as well. Incredible, totally incredible, because you see the natural. And then there's I was telling the vice mayor, I made a comment when we were at the Dias de los Muertos, that you can feel a common thread between certain cultures, and that, like when he was speaking about ancestors and things like that, it's there's more in common than not. That's how I felt. So I thought it was beautiful. And then she hit all, like you said. So thank you very much. And I know it's after 11, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member, for reminding me about the Ilocano weaving. I want to thank Selena for when I connected her with Rachel Lasada. She's been wanting to do something in Daly City. Nat had moved into having a workshop and also coordinating with the Art and Lit Fest. And so
Beautiful.
Thank you for that. Now moving on to our staff reports.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Through the chair, since October is also Italian Heritage Month.
Yes, it is.
At the request of the mayor, we've reached out to the Italian consulate, and we were finally able to get in a hold of them, and we are going to do the first flag raising on Wednesday at 10 a.m. So
Thank you so much.
we will do that impromptu, so to speak. So hopefully it'll grow, but they will have a representative there, and we will do it here at City Hall at 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 30th. So for the council, for the staff, and for the public, 10 a.m. on Wednesday at the flagpole.
So
Thank you so much for
through
that.
the chair.
Thank you so much.
I was going to say, in addition, I'm working with Leo that does the South San Francisco one at the festival, along with the Consul General. So what he does over there, it can also, through my colleagues, whatever they think, how they did it over there. It was Flor Nicholas did the first one in South City. He's very famous, and he does a lot in North Beach as well. And he can actually bring the same exact people, but bring it over. It's up to my colleagues and yourself, and do the same thing. It's Leo.
I think that's a good idea moving forward. We're at such
Oh,
short
I know, not
time
now.
that we're going to establish it, and then moving forward, we may be able to grow it. But I appreciate that, appreciate the support of council, and hope the public, council, and staff could make it. Also, I'd just like to be real brief about Top of the Hill, because it's all been said at least once, twice, three times. You know, we executed the mayor's vision, the mayor and the council. It was your vision, and I was just able to be a small part of supporting it, because I want to tell you, it was unbelievable to watch Daly City staff, specifically the core in the preparation in the months leading up, but in the days leading up, just to see the excitement from the employees grow, and the way that they did it with pride was just unbelievable. I didn't think that I would witness that or sit here and be able to say that publicly, but it was incredible. I thought they were amazing, and I just think it'll get better. And also, I'd like to, the next time we meet will be after the election, so well wishes to all for election. Okay, and we'll see you back here the next time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tom, for your work. I know that I had sent you the card when I had met the Consul General at the Consul General of Japan's event. And so I really appreciate you reaching out on that. And we look forward to the inaugural Italian Heritage flag raising. So thank you for that. And also just want to say and echo, I said it earlier, I think I contacted you the next day. I said, if that was a game that we had at Top of the Hill Festival, you did amazing as a coach, and it was all a team effort. Like my little ones say, teamwork makes the dream work. So thank you, everyone, my colleagues and everyone. The Daly City fam, I say, from our police officers to firefighters to public works to our Daly City recreation, our libraries, human resources. I mean, everyone, public works for sure, prepping everything. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And I think today, if we don't, I mean, I'm going to ask my colleagues. I don't have anything. Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I was going to say we don't have today, but Vice Mayor, I'll let you lead with adjourning in memory.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is for my family in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. This is where I was born. If I had to do an equivalency of what Winnipeg represents, it's kind of like the Daly City of Canada. Many Filipinos live there, and one of these people that set the groundwork for this large Filipino community was my family, and we lost an uncle of mine, my Uncle Roger Baldonado, better known as Rogelio Baldonado Sr. I still remember him with his giant heart. Back in the day when we used to have karaoke on cassette tapes, he'd be the one on there and he would just hog the mic all day long. But my niece gave me the blessing to share his obituary, and so here it is. So, in loving memory of Rogelio Baldonado Sr., he was born June 12, 1941, and he transitioned in October 26, 2024. Rogelio Baldonado Sr., age 83, peacefully passed away a couple of days ago, surrounded by his loving family in the days leading up to his passing. Born on June 12, 1941, in Tarlac, Philippines, Rogelio met my auntie, Lourdes, who's my mom's sister, better known as Auntie Ludi. I met Auntie Lourdes Rania in 1958 during the university years. They were married in November 6, 1960. Together, they raised their family in Tarlac until 1975, when they made the journey to Canada. Rogelio lived the remainder of his life with his family in Winnipeg, Manitoba. He is preceded in death by his mother, Juanita Lorente, father, Marciano Baldonado, and sister, Julieta Baldonado Calpito. Rogelio will be deeply missed by his sister, Lourdes Baldonado Abraham. He leaves behind a rich legacy, his beloved wife of nearly 64 years, Lourdes, and their 4 children, Iranio and his wife, Mercy Baldonado, my manang Ethelinda and his partner and her partner, Rick, my manong Rogelio Jr. And his partner, Maylin Baldonado, and their son, Jeremy, and also my cousin, Manong Elmer Baldonado. He was also cherished grandfather to 6 grandchildren, Sharon, along with her partner, Michael Dela Cruz, Randall, with his partner, Kristen Brink, Eric Padua, and his wife, Michelle, and Richard, with his partner, Gladys Almarol, and Christian Padua, with his partner, Kelsa Harrison, as well as the great-grandchildren, Anderson, Xander Jude, and Kenley. So my heart goes out to my family in Canada, Winnipeg, and I'll say, love you, Uncle.
Mayor, I just have one. I just want to close with the victims of the Tree of Life Synagogue. It's the anniversary of when they were attacked, and they were attacked because they were Jews, and then we want to make sure that they're not forgotten. And they were all seniors. So this is the anniversary of their loss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we all have a moment of silence.